Hello, YouTube. It is Raven J here. I almost said DevShell too. Wow. It is Raven J here, and hi, hello. How are you? I am coming to you live from my basement. Not quite a she shed, but maybe someday. I don't know. Um, it is not a show, a Raven's Nest show. It is not the dinner club. Neither of those are happening tonight. I was all prepared and all set to go on the dinner club. Didn't realize there wasn't going to be a show tonight. So since I got myself all psyched up to broadcast, I figured I would broadcast on my own channel. No one is free. um, AOD, who's usually on the dinner club, is apparently not available. Serious Mind, Joe, is playing video games with friends, so he's not available. And so that basically leaves me. Hi, how are you? How's everything? How is the world treating you, babe? That's what I want to know. That's the real question. How are you? Are you good? How's your mom? So there's two viewers. We can turn this into just a bullshit session or question and answer. If you have questions, just go ahead and query me this, query me that. Just ask away. And that's cool. We can put bullshit like that because I have nothing planned. I figure, why the fuck not? What else? Let me see. Um, I haven't checked my stats on my channel. I was never really big at like checking stats. I do know that I checked a couple of weeks ago and I had lost a bunch of subscribers in a very short period of time. And I'm guessing that some of them just weren't comfortable with, DevShell becoming Raven. And oh well, tough shit on them. Too bad. Reality doesn't care about your feelings. So there's that. Um, so I don't even know where I'm at. I know I've been in the area of 2,000, between 1,900 and 2,000 subscribers for about 10 years now. I mean, granted, I took a couple of years off of YouTube where I posted very little. Um, and my subscriber count hadn't changed a whole lot, which tells me that my subscribers don't notice whether or not I am on. And I guess that's something. What? But it's something. So, yeah. What else? There's a couple lurkers out there, and that's cool. It'd be good though if you kind of throw some material my way. You know what I'm saying? Ask me a question. I will answer almost anything. Almost. Don't know if you could hear in the background um, a toddler making all kinds of noise. I've got the baby monitor in here. And that's Kai making all kinds of noise. Well, I don't know if you can hear it or not, but I hear it. It's distracting. He's making all kinds of noise in his crib as he's hopefully falling asleep. That would be good if he would just go to sleep. So, Somebody's calling me. I missed a call. Hey, you. Broadcasting. You ninny. That was Agent of Doubt. He said he dropped his phone. 3. There's 3 people watching. Hello, 3 people. Like I said, go ahead and you can post questions and I will answer questions. I don't have a bunch of people here to talk about current events. Talking about current events all on my own is kind of boring. And who wants to watch that? Nobody wants to watch that. Although it's possible the 3 of you who are watching might just be interested in my cleavage. That's been known to happen. So, have you seen the film The Skin I Live In? I didn't. No. I will have to check it out. No, it's not ringing any bells. I did not see that. Hey, Butch, how are you? Well, a second ago, I was talking about that. But overall, nothing really. Just, trying to get some interaction between myself and whoever is watching, the 3 people that are watching. So. And I guess this is a good start. So, The Skin I Live In, I will have to check that out. I'm going to make a note of that. Or actually, you can just send me a message on Facebook just saying that, The Skin I Live In, and I will look it up. Because why not? I'm always looking for stuff to watch. What else? I don't want to discuss. Actually, I don't really want to discuss current events or world events. I really don't. It is so goddamn depressing. I mean, yeah. It would be nice to avoid that. Oh, sorry, I'm knocking shit over. So. Yeah, Joni, just send me a message on Facebook saying The Skin I Live In, and I'll remember to check it out. We're friends on Facebook. You can do that. Otherwise, I'll forget. I mean, even if you send it on Facebook, I still might forget, but there's a better chance I'll remember. Just saying. Hey, Jonah. Look at you sending me a message. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Worth watching. Okay. Sauce. I will check it out. Thank you. And what else? There's The Skin I Live In. There's Butch asking what we're talking about. But what I like to talk about, almost anything except for current world events, because currently the world sucks. And that's true. And that's a technical term for it. Sucks. So I watched. Actually, and I wasn't even looking for it, and I had seen it before anyway. But I ended up watching a ContraPoints video, and it was like an hour long, almost an hour. I mean, it was about J.K. Rowling, and it was good. It was a good video. I suggest you guys look it up. It's ContraPoints. My opinion is amazing. And I honestly, she's got like a million subscribers, and her Patreon. At the end of her video, she has all of a list of all the names of people who are donating to her Patreon. Holy shit! It's all in alphabetical order, and it takes like 5 minutes to go by. Um, it's a lot of people. So the last thing she needs is, my broke ass giving her a shout out. But she is a good channel if you're not familiar. She makes really good, really long videos. Um, and she's very knowledgeable. She's just very intelligent. She knows what the fuck she's talking about. So I would be comfortable talking about my consultation. Um, there's not a whole lot to say about it though. Um, so what ended up happening was I've spent like the better part of the last year searching for therapists, searching for endocrinologists, searching for surgeons, searching for all kinds of stuff so I can like get get things in motion just to get the ball rolling on getting, my balls rolling. Um, and it hasn't been easy, partly because of the type of insurance that I have. In the state of New Jersey, it's the law that insurance has to cover what the state considers to be transgender care. And that is, some surgeries for certain people and, um, certain medications and hormones, and really depends on which I recently found out, really depends on how it's written out by the doctor, the surgeon, or the endocrinologist, or whatever it is. Really depends on how the doctor goes about it, and will determine whether or not the insurance will cover it. So in order to get surgery, in order to get breast surgery or hormones, you have to have at least one letter from a therapist, and also a letter from your primary care physician. Um, I had been self medicating on hormones for over a decade before I actually went to see a doctor about it. So, because I had already been self medicating, they kind of skipped the letter requirement because I had already been on it. So now the only difference was I was being prescribed medication from an actual doctor and getting it from an actual pharmacy rather than buying it on the internet. And that in and of itself was a big difference, was a big change. The quality of the medication that I was getting was completely different. And it had a very quick, very profound effect on my appearance. Um, People in my family that did not know that I was transitioning kept saying that I looked younger. Like, oh my God, all of a sudden you look so young, you look so young, you look so young. Like you're aging backwards. And I was like, yeah, I've got a new, skin routine, you know, doing a little something different with my skin, and, you know, um, so there was that. And then there was an immediate change in my breast size. I have had breasts, you know, for about 17 years. Um, but it wasn't until the last year that they like really became noticeable. So I had spent, like I said, the better part of the last year looking for therapists and a surgeon. I found one therapist who was local who gave me a letter for surgery. Now, for bottom surgery, you need 2 letters in the state of New Jersey. Most states do. You need 2 letters and from a therapist, from 2 different therapists, and you need a letter from your primary care physician, stating what medications you're on, what hormones you're on, and that kind of stuff. So I got a letter from my physician. I got a letter from the one therapist, and I couldn't find another therapist, and I couldn't find a surgeon in my state. And I searched, and eventually I went and I put a question on a Facebook page for New Jersey um, transgender support group, and I put a question out there asking for people if they knew, where I could find a surgeon in the state of New Jersey that could take my insurance. I couldn't leave the state because of my insurance. It has to be in New Jersey. Turns out there's only one surgeon who does bottom surgery for transgender women in the entire state, who is based in the state. There's another surgeon who does the surgeries in the state, but they're based in Pennsylvania. So I can't use them because their billing office is in Pennsylvania. So there's only one surgeon in the entire state of New Jersey that I can go to. And they require, because the insurance requires it, I have 2 therapist letters. I actually have a friend who I haven't seen in a number of years. I haven't seen her in well over a decade. I haven't seen her, but I'm friends with her on Facebook, and she is a therapist who specializes in transgender issues. So I sent her a message, and she agreed to talk with me and give me a letter. So I got my letter, and I contacted this doctor that was the only one in New Jersey, and they scheduled a consultation with me for July 1st. So what I had been working towards for so long is now finally in motion. Um, I will be having a consultation for surgery. Yay! It's amazing. So, so that's cool. So I'm excited about that, and it's everything is rolling in that direction, and I'm not sure what could possibly get in the way, but I suppose there are things that could happen. I don't know. I don't know. It's a long time between now and then, and yeah, we'll see. So there you go. That's my a quick synopsis of my surgery story and the upcoming consultation. I don't know what's going to happen after that. Um, well, this will just be a consultation, so I don't know when the surgery will be. Hopefully, it won't be that much further after. I know one person told me that this doctor has a 1 year waiting list. And when I asked the woman, I don't know what she is, a nurse, a receptionist. I don't know what her title was. But when I spoke to her, she said that that's not true. They said for some people, for based on what they want or what they're doing, that the wait is a year. For others, it's less. For others, it's more. It really depends on the person and what's happening. Um, so so I don't know when surgery. It theoretically could be a year. Um, so I don't know. I don't know. Um, but consultation is in July, and apparently I'll have an idea then. But how long will I be down for? Well, there's the surgery, and then I'll be in the hospital minimum of 1 night. I guess possibly I could end up in the hospital for 2 nights, probably. That's possible. And then I'll be home for recovery, and that takes recovery is about 6 weeks long. The first week of recovery, I think I will be like basically bedridden for a week, um, and in a lot of pain. Like, like I don't even think that that's an assumption. I think that's a known, and there'll be a lot of pain. Um, so yeah, I don't like pain, so it's scary. Um, yeah, so Yay, fun. Yay, fun. I'm gonna cut my balls off. Well, that's not entirely true. That's they don't cut them off. It's actually a really creepy and scary surgery. I mean, if you're not familiar, there are videos that show you what they do, and I've watched, and it's frightening. So it is some scary shit, yo. I will not be having a full vaginoplasty. Um, that just there's a higher risk of complications. Like the further you go, I don't like the way that sounds, but whatever. The further you go, the higher the risk of complications. And so and then there's the whole thing you have to dilate, and I honestly don't want to do that. I don't I don't want to dilate. So I will be getting what is called a shallow depth vaginoplasty. With fewer complications, shorter downtime, no dilating. I won't have to have electrolysis on my private parts. Um, so yeah, a lot of pluses with that. Wow. Yeah. Um. Oh yeah. Still scary as hell though. I it's kind of like exciting and terrifying. I mean, I'm looking forward to it and totally scared out of my mind at the same time. So, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Beauty is pain. God damn it. Beauty is pain. Five people watching. Hi. How are all of you? No. No. I just put on a good show. Thank you, though. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's one of my munchkins making noise. Jeez, kid, go to sleep. And look at me. It's like earthquake here. Ah, it's an earthquake. No pain, no gain. Beauty is pain. That's what I keep telling myself. Beauty is pain. Um, yeah, I mean, there's no easy way around it. Um, the only option is to not do it. And yeah, no, no. At this point, that just isn't really an option anymore. It took a lot. It took a lot. It took a lot to get me where I am. There's like a lot of things I had to stop lying to myself. Forget about everybody else. I had to stop lying to myself. Like there are things about me as a person that I know are true that I just denied. Um, I mean, I have been on YouTube for well over a decade. Um, I started way back, when there used to be the star rating system way back then and a million years ago, and you had your own your channel page like a homepage, um, where they had comments on it that people could leave about your channel way back then. Um, so like I've been here a long, long time, and I have had these. for as long as I've been here. For those of you I know, Shadow is going to kill you. Hello, Soprano. You've known me from the beginning. We have been friends for a very long time. And, it was always common knowledge that I had these. And people would ask if I was trans, and I'm like, no, I'm not trans. Obviously. Obviously, I was lying. And not just to the people who asked. I was lying to myself. I was lying to myself. I was lying to everybody. I have no idea why I thought that made sense. No idea why I thought it made sense, but you know, it was like when Peach and I started dating, um, again over a decade ago. Um, a lot of her fan base, like a lot of Peach's fans, um, are men who are attracted to her, and that is normal for women on the internet. I have my own male admirers today, so I get it. It's just the way it is. Um, but when she and I became a couple, there's a lot of people were just like, "Are you with the tranny? Really?" And I was like, "I'm not trans. Oh man, look at my boobs." You know. Um, I don't think people really bought it. you know, but I tried. I remember you being a 19-year-old snot nose back in the day too, Soprano. Everybody remembers you being a snot nosed 19-year-old. Just saying. But then I had um, then I had people who would just like accuse me of trying to use transgenderism or whatever to get attention. Um, I have a friend, I think one of the more well known trans people on the internet, Zinnia Jones. Um, I don't think she makes any videos anymore. Um, but yeah, she had labeled me as trans feminine. She's like, I don't know whether or not you're transgender, but you're definitely trans femme. You're on the trans femme spectrum, and I was comfortable with that at the time. I took that as I can do. I'm not transgender, but I am trans femme because that fucking matters. You know, Philosophy Tube. I love her. I love her. Love her. I watched her video on transhumanism today, and it was fan fucking tastic. Um, yeah, yeah. I watched her coming out video, and I was floored that she had transitioned well before, and nobody knew. Just amazing. Um, yeah. No, Philosophy Tube is one of the best trans channels, in my opinion. Love, 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 love her. Um, I am not smart. I know Peach gets upset when I say that kind of a thing. I'm not smart. I'm a high school dropout. Um, so, philosophy. You know, I mean, you want some song lyrics? I can do that for you. You know, um, I don't know a whole lot about the science of things. I am not well read on much of anything. Oh, you missed it. I already talked about ContraPoints. I love her to death. Um, we were friends before she got really big. We knew each other. We were acquaintances. I have, or I'm sorry, I had an annual fundraiser for HIV charities, and it was very successful. It ran for a number of years, and ContraPoints appeared on, I think, pretty sure she appeared on it twice, and this was pre-transition. And in one of her appearances, she wore a dress for the show. She was drinking, and she kept saying, you know, "Do you dare me to wear a dress? Do you dare me to wear a dress?" And she did. Um, and another time she was on, she played piano. Um, and she raised a lot of money. She helped get the word out for the cause, which was cool. I actually miss doing the shows. It was called Madness Mayhem and Charity. I miss doing the charities. I don't know if there is enough of a community. I was part of a community back then. I don't know if there's enough of a community to do that anymore, or if YouTube is just far too toxic to do it. But I would love to do that again. But I mean, you know, ContraPoints was part of it. She took part, and that was awesome. Um, since she has gotten very very big very quickly, she doesn't talk to anybody anymore. She's got cool friends now. She doesn't need me. Dear. Um, it is what it is. What are you gonna do? You know. But it was cool. I got a picture of her because what I did was there was a meetup for the great debate community down in Washington D.C. one year, and Peach and I went to that, and ContraPoints was there, and a lot of other people, and I had people signing, autographing my pants. I was wearing a pair of like bleach dyed jeans and a black marker, and people were signing it. And then later on, at a Madness Mayhem charity event, I auctioned them off for charity. And um, I have a picture pre-transition, so I don't like go around flashing it all over the place. But I do have a picture of ContraPoint signing those jeans while I'm wearing them. And it's funny because I came across that picture a couple of months ago, and I was just like, both of the people in this picture have transitioned. Um, so everybody remembers Indiana Jones. Come on now. So yeah, I am none of those people. I'm not well read. I am not educated. I don't know anything about philosophy. So um, I am not Blair White because I don't hate the world. I'm afraid of the world mostly, but I don't hate the world. I kind of feel like Blair White just kind of hates the world. Just my feeling. I don't know if it's true. It doesn't need to be true. It's just how I feel. So here I am, Raven J, with no real identity to put out there to get people fired up. Just, my very pretty hair. I love my hair. And my very manly voice. I hate my voice. So, yeah, there's that. Babe, there's that. Whatever that is, that's what it is. So, but I do have my not quite she shed. And over there, which I can't show you right now, is my bar. And I think one of the things I might do on videos and on broadcasts is while we're broadcasting, I can make myself a drink. It's actually, I watch Bar Rescue because why the fuck not, right? Well, how come we're not all watching Bar Rescue? That's what I want to know. That's the real question. That is the issue that needs to be dealt with. We should all be watching Bar Rescue. But I get, oh, wow, look at that drink. I want that. I need a drink now, actually. But thank you, Butch. Yes, John Taffer. He's a dick. I love him. I mean, the show is just so, I don't know, like kind of cringe on so many levels, but I love it. I mean, it's just the right flavor of cringe. Love it. What else? Okay, so for those of you who are watching, if you currently are not, you can become a patron of this channel and help support this channel. To give me the motivation to actually do things like this and to, show my cleavage on camera, by going to the link down in the description to patreon.com and becoming a patron. Um, you can just do it for a couple of bucks a month. Isn't that amazing? That would be amazing. I mean, I would love it. You'd feel good about it, hopefully. I don't know. So, you know, is Bar Rescue is still on. I haven't seen any of the new episodes, but I have Paramount Plus and it's on Paramount Plus. And apparently it is still running, which means it's been running for like a decade, which is unfucking believable. Um, yeah, it's pretty wild. There was one where I saw a guy wash himself naked in the. I saw that one. There's another one. A guy had in his bar. He had a goldfish racetrack that ran around the bar. John Taffer reminds you of Brett Keane? Oh, I don't see it. I don't see it. They might have the same physical build. They're kind of rotund, but that's about it. I mean, you know, John Taffer John Taffer isn't just sitting there, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't know why he's sitting there, ladies and gentlemen. It's Brett Keane, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, used to. I mean, when I had my restaurant, I used to watch it. When it was slow, we would have it up on the TV. Um, you know, it gave me some ideas. There was another one. It was a restaurant rescue one, but some other guy. I enjoyed that one. Um, you know, whatever. It's cheap entertainment. It's fun. One of the problems with it, though, is it gets old because it ends up being like the same kind of things over and over and over again. So you already know what John Taffer is going to say. You know, it's like as it's coming on, right before John Taffer walks into the bar, you can almost quote. After about 4 or 5 seasons, you can almost quote exactly what Taffer's going to say when he walks in, and he's going to point his finger like this at people. It is what it is. It's a formula. It's a formula, and there's nothing wrong with having a formula. So it is what it is. Um, but it's like I said, it's fun. What other trans people are there? Shut this place down. What other trans people are there on the YouTubes? Right? There's only like 4 of us, right? No, am I wrong? Is there more? I don't know. What do I know? What do I know? 5 people viewing. Hello. Hello, my lovelies. How are you there, babes? How are you? Come on, soprano. Come on, keep feeding me material. Let's go. Feed me, Seymour. On YouTube, there's a trans woman called Blair Black. Blair Black? What? But she's like a Republican. Well, Blair White's a Republican. Do I have to go and look up Blair Black? Shit. Don't make me do that. It's Blair White. What did she do? What the hell? What? I did not get my roof looked at. I don't really have the money to do it. Anybody that's going to come out. What I need right now, like the most immediate thing, is I need somebody to come and put a tarp on it to buy me more time. And nobody's just going to come out and do that for free. And I don't have money to pay for it. So it is what it is. You know, I don't know what to do. It's her second channel. I did not know. Hey, Tom, stuck in the South. I remember you. Are you stuck in the South still? I didn't know Blair had a second channel. Why does she need a second channel for? Doesn't she get enough hate on the one? I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. My name's Blair White, and I am your problematic fave. You're not, though. You're not. You're not. You're pretty, and I don't like that you're pretty. That kind of sucks. So, oh my God, there's a video she did with. Is that Buck Angel? My dude. My dude. My brother. My God. Oh, well, congratulations, Tom. I mean, you're not complaining about having a family. I'm assuming that's a flex, right? Good for you. I mean, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I have a family here, and that's totally a flex. My kids make me absolutely crazy, but I love them to death. They make me want to drink, but I love them. So you said it. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. Shadow is going to kill you, said Ukraine. Fuck it, he said it. Good for you. I'm glad you could get that out. I know how difficult that was for you, and now it's been said. Congratulations. I don't want to talk about current events. I don't want to talk about the goddamn war. I don't want to talk about the goddamn war in the goddamn Ukraine with the goddamn Russians. God damn it. You now have 6 grandkids? You go. You go. Congrats. I have 4 kids. I have no grandchildren. My little sister has 2 grandbabies. I have none. I have none because my kids, the 2 older ones, have decided to not reproduce. And if that is their choice, then that is their choice. And I told them all their lives, Whatever they decide to do with their life, I would support it. And I'm struggling with that. Because, you know, but I mean, it also presents other things. Like my kids call me dad. They call me dad because I'm their dad. Um, so are the grandchildren, if and when they come, are they going to call me grandpa? Do I look like a grandpa? Do I look like a grandma? I don't know. I don't know. So the world is not overpopulated. Stop with that nonsense.
Oh, hey.
Hi. You just like snuck right in there. I had no idea you were going to pop up.
Well, I actually started listening in before I decided to jump on, and I saw you showing off your place, and then
Oh,
you were calling it your not quite she shed.
yes.
And I just wanted to come on here and reassure you that if you're ready to use she her pronouns, I'm ready to recognize you as all the way she. And
Oh,
that's your
that's
she
not
shed.
that's not the issue though.
What?
It's not a shed.
So it's your she, not quite a shed.
Right.
Okay, okay, that's okay. Because I was like, I thought we were already using she her.
It's a she cave, but that sounds bad.
Well, depending on your orientation, because to me that sounds kind of good.
I guess. I don't know. I just didn't want to be like, hey everybody, look at my she cave. YouTube play shut me down. Is it safe for kids? No. Decidedly no.
So I just went and got an In and Out burger,
I
and
have never had one.
they just started putting In and Outs in Colorado, and there are lines, and so it's a year after this place is opened in Denver.
Okay.
There's three locations around Denver. I counted the cars. We were the 28th car in line.
Wow.
And I was like, it's still going. And Raising Cane's chicken, same thing.
Never even heard of that. Um,
It's from Louisiana, and it's not. It doesn't taste like authentic Louisiana chicken at all. They made the owner made this dipping sauce that kind of tastes like gravy, but it's made out of like mayonnaise and Worcestershire and like this blend of spices that
right.
tastes gravy.
Right.
Yeah,
That's cool.
but they get like round the block lines, and they have to actually like take your order in the line to try to make things go faster.
When I was a kid, Burger King and McDonald's were like that. I remember when they were like that. I remember sitting in the line at Burger King, and there would be an employee walking along the cars, hand taking the orders.
Do you, do you have any sunglasses?
I don't.
Oh, because I think we have a situation,
What's that?
a Brett Keane situation.
Oh, situation. Yeah,
Like like
it's a
this kind of
situation.
situation, the one where your head is cricked to the side, and then you have this like pain in your neck, so you can only move like really slowly towards
It,
facing.
it, it's a situation.
Yeah.
It's a situation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just sitting there, ladies and gentlemen. I remember that. Like it was always, I'm just sitting there. I was just sitting there. I was just sitting there. Uh, why are you just sitting there? Get the fuck up.
I always appreciated his intros as being like really low budget, but still being over the top. He was really going there with like lightning bolts and explosions and shit. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
I can see where he's going with it. If he had a budget, this would be
Yeah.
impressive. But
No,
Transformers the movie, his channel was not.
this is true. He was just sitting there. Um, no, he's not actually. Brett Keane sent me a friend request on my Raven J Facebook account. And I said, fuck it, and I accepted it. But he's never commented on anything. So, his fat ass is out there lurking. He's just sitting there, just sitting there, and he's got a whole situation there. So,
I could tempt fate and try to
no,
text him the link to join us.
that's okay.
That's okay? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just.
So, yeah, okay. So, whatever that chicken place is, we don't have any of those here. We don't have In-N-Out here either. But at least I've heard of In-N-Out, and I would like to try their food someday. But
I just having had it, I appreciated the In and Out burger for just being a regular burger, not trying to be anything special one way or the other. It was just, to me, it was a step up from Sonic as far as like a plain burger, no frills.
I only know where there is one Sonic, and it's over an hour away. So I've never eaten there. I don't know anything about Sonic.
Uh, hmm.
I do like Five Guys though.
Okay. I'll say Five Guys is better than In and Out. That's my personal opinion. I know there's some Californians out there that don't have taste buds. Five Guys is a step above In and Out, but In and Out's got the line.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
got
Five
the
Guys too. We went to a Five Guys. It's right by the movie theater, near the mall in Rockaway, and we stood in line for well over half an hour, to order burgers.
Shadow wants to know, is Sonic fast with their food? They have people that bring the food out to your car on roller skates.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
that was the whole draw of Sonic. See the
Like I
girl.
said, there's only one in my area.
Roller skates make your calves really tight. You know. What do you think we're looking at when we go to Sonic? We're looking at the roller skatey girls with the tight calves.
I don't think they do that in the one in New Jersey.
Oh no.
Yeah,
They're
I don't
just
think
like letting you pull up to the window?
Yeah,
The fuck is that shit?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because it's New Jersey. You're not gonna like,
Imagine it also gets like cold and icy sometimes up there.
yeah, there's that too. And I don't think they're gonna put somebody on roller skates anyway because the insurance would go through the roof.
They're really good at it. I don't really feel like there's any danger when I see them.
Yeah.
They're really, really good at what they do. There's even curbs, and they're really mindful of the curbs.
Yeah, never been to one. I'd like to try Sonic. Maybe one day Peach and I will drive down there. Like I said, it's an hour away. Yeah.
Okay. I wanted a very special burger a while back.
I know.
Make it out there.
I know. Which one did you want? The edible napalm? Do you do the heat?
I was probably going to go through the entire gauntlet of the whole menu, sit down and order and everything.
Yeah. I had one burger that was really good. I sold a lot of, and it was a Big Mac. It was exactly everything on a Big Mac. It was the exact same sandwich. It was twice as big though because I was using, human-sized portions.
Okay. I think the Big Mac is shrunk, or
Oh,
else I can Google.
yeah, it has. The Whopper too. They all have. They've shrunk. But I mean, like if I had two full-size patties and on a roll wasn't like not a brioche bun, but an actual roll, a Kaiser roll, right? So I
What'd you
had
do for the center layer of bread?
the bottom half of another roll. So I
And what
had
do you do with the top half?
I had that went for something else. I always use the bread. So I had the bottom roll, Thousand Island dressing, a burger bun, lettuce and onions, another roll, Thousand Island dressing, burger patty, lettuce and onions. Top roll, there was Thousand Island dressing, and
Now,
and
did you ever work at a
it was like
McDonald's?
that big.
Did you ever work at the McDonald's?
No, I did work at Burger King.
Did you do like opposition research where you grabbed a real Big Mac and then like dissected it for
I've
what
been
it was?
eating Big Macs all my life. I know what's in them.
What?
I've been eating Big Macs all my life. I know what's in them.
I couldn't tell you the order of what's inside of a
But
Big
what
Mac.
I told you was the order. Another thing with McDonald's sandwiches, there's only one on their entire menu that has tomatoes. They don't use tomatoes. Any tomato sandwiches they have are new because they for
The
most of their
classic
existence, they
menu
never
didn't
use
have it.
tomatoes. I'm sorry?
The classic menu didn't have.
Didn't have, no.
Yeah.
You get a
Uh,
quarter pounder, doesn't have tomatoes.
they have a chicken sandwich that has tomatoes on it now,
Yep.
but they didn't have that chicken sandwich when I was a kid.
That was one of the things that set Burger King apart was they had tomatoes. They had everything on their burgers. On their
I
large.
think Shadow's trying to say night, and Shadow just assumed my gender and said night guys. Fuck off, Shadow.
Well, I'm not a guy.
There's at least one person who you got it wrong with here. Flip a coin.
Right, exactly. The McDLT. That's when they started putting tomatoes. Yeah.
What did the DLT stand for?
Um, it was a McDonald's lettuce tomato.
Was there bacon in it?
I don't. Well, yeah, but they took out the B and they put D to stand for McDonald's. I don't fucking know. And they had it in one of those containers where had the hot part was on one side and the cold was on the other, and then you had to put the sandwich together.
That was ugh. That was good marketing, I suppose, at the time.
It was stupid.
But it was stupid.
It was stupid, and wasted a lot of styrofoam. It created a lot of styrofoam waste.
You know, sometimes we do stupid things and it brings us joy. The cold parts stayed cold. Maybe you can enjoy that the first
But
few
think about it though, right? If you go to the restaurant, you pull up to the window, whatever, and you order the sandwich,
yeah.
they're going to make the sandwich right then and there and hand it to you either over the counter or through the window, and then you're going to either sit at the table or pull over and eat it. How much time does it really have for the hot and the cold to balance each other out? Not much, really. So it
Yeah.
was a stupid idea. It was just like, what do they think? They're storing it for a fucking hour somewhere? So, yeah.
I've gone to work with packed my own lunch and kept the bread separate because I didn't want the bread to get soggy. Depending on what it is that I'm
Yeah.
making.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's hours later that you're going to eat it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even if it was just 1 hour, I would still want to make it right before I was eating it.
Yeah. But that's the thing is it's like an hour. People who go to fast food, that you're going to eat it then and there. Or at the very least, you're just going to take it home with you.
Yeah.
Most people don't even do that. They pull over in the parking lot. They sit in the parking lot because apparently that counts as a picnic. I don't know.
Yeah. So the logistics of fast food, okay for Raven's show, but Amber Heard shitting the bed is two current events for us to be talking about. Uh, Ukraine, no, Ukraine.
Talk about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp.
Are we up beyond the slap heard around the world? Did your wife talk that to death? Because for me, that was the end of proper coverage of the war in Ukraine, which was the end of proper coverage of COVID.
Right. It's they're just finding excuses to move past certain things.
Yeah.
So that we can get back to a place that we're calling normal, even though, in New Jersey.
How the fuck is shitting the bed normal?
52 people died yesterday from COVID, so in the state of New Jersey. So
In New Jersey,
yeah,
that was 10% of all the deaths.
yeah,
What the fuck? What's going on in New Jersey?
yeah, yeah.
That's why I'm never kissing a girl from New Jersey. You don't know where she's been.
You don't know that anyway. Somebody mentioned to me why.
Uh, Wrong song.
What?
Tell me why. That's not the right song. The right one is the one that goes, "It's gonna be May."
Well, yeah, at least here anyway. In 2 hours, it's gonna be May.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Hang on a
You
second.
didn't think I was well versed in my Timberlake, did you?
Is that what that is?
Well, that's part of his career.
So yes, well versed in the Timberlake.
Mm-hmm.
I am
Wait,
Timberlake.
is Justin Timberlake okay to talk about? I mean, he's not current events. He's just funny.
Yeah, I am Timberlake fluid. Excuse me while I speak in Timberlakean terms.
Man, I wish I actually wanted the dinner club to convene because I wanted to tell
A joke?
no, I wanted to tell Sister Danger that I appreciated that I purchased a wand from her store,
Oh, nice.
right? And so my niece is part of the Alphabet Mafia, and I went to Sister Danger's Etsy store and purchased this wand that is made out of rainbow wood, right? And then like so there's like layers of this rainbow wood in there, and then they like turn it on like a lathe, and it's like polished and everything. It's a beautiful rainbow colored, like Harry Potter style wand made by people who identify as fairies.
As Faye.
The, the box comes from a fairy princess. Okay,
Faye.
it says fairy princess, right? And so what I appreciated was I told her that it was for my niece's birthday, and she gift wrapped it and sent it through the mail, and it actually showed up with the gift wrapping intact. And now I'm like, well, shit, I don't get to see the wand before I give it to her now because I don't want to like open the wrapping paper, look at it, and then rewrap it.
I want one. I want one now.
You
Damn
know,
you.
I've been trying to be as materialistically supportive of my niece being part of the Alphabet Mafia for a long time now, right?
Right.
Her family is split on this. My brother supportive, the other side of the family that my brother's divorced from, not supportive, and
Right.
Mormon. And so her bedroom at my brother's place has about every flag because that's an easy way to support stuff. But she's got like even pride flags for things that I don't think she's going to end up. She's just supporting everything.
Right.
There's even a pride flag with some extra stripes on it. It's got like a trans flag in it, but then there's like a brown and black one, like maybe it was used as a bed sheet in Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's bed. You know,
Right.
it's Johnny Depp pride.
Okay.
But anyways, uh, this wand was unique amongst all the other things that I got that were like commercially supportive materially that say physically like, hey, this is good support coming from me to you. This one is like it's really personalized, and so I feel good about that one.
That is cool. I like. I approve. Family is hard. Family is rough. I know. I look good. I think I look good.
Mm-hmm.
Um, The feedback that I've gotten online is that I look good. Um, my wife tells me I look good, so I believe that I look good. I mean, I don't know.
Appreciate that you went with a solid pink for your polish today, because if you'd done like French tips on that, it would have been over the top.
You think I like it? Looks
It
good,
would have
right?
matched the flag behind you, but it's still.
Um, well, I may end up because Peach did these. She painted them. I can't paint my own. I'm not coordinated enough for that. I wish. Um, I'm a lot girlier than Peach. It's something we joke about.
Mhm.
Um, if I had my way, I would always my nails would always be done and blah 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 blah. I just don't have the time. I can do it myself, and I can't afford to go have it done all the time. Otherwise, they'd be always done. So, um, but um, hang on. I'm sorry. I'm actually editing a picture. Sorry. Um,
What what are you editing in or out?
no, I was just cropping. I took a screenshot of us, and
Uh,
I cropped everything else out but me, so I can post the picture. Um,
like for the
just
the
now,
thumbnail
while
for
we were talking.
yeah, but for the thumbnail for the show,
No, just
just
so
because
I have.
you're like, oh my goodness, I look so good in that shot right there without that other guy. Let me just like crop.
Every every single time I broadcast, I take a screenshot.
Okay,
Every time.
you know what that would be good for? A
But
time lapse.
yeah, I'm not organized enough to put that kind of a thing together.
All
But
you
yeah,
got to do is sort the folder by date created, and then you just put them all into a video editor and make them all go like 1 second, and then we could have like a time lapse of like the transition. Uh,
I don't know. I don't think I look different. Like I doesn't. I don't think my looks are changing anymore. I feel like I'm done. But
see,
I don't know.
it's these kind of projects that show us if there's like a plateau that gets hit or not. If it lasted for a couple seconds of the montage, and then all of a sudden there's a you know an explosion of more change.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So we are talking about family, and I
Yeah.
was doing the screenshot and doing the editing while we were talking about it, and it kind of like, well, what I was going to say is one thing I have noticed is no one in my family comments on or reacts to any of my pictures. If I post a picture of the kids, my mom will comment and she'll react. If I comment something about, I had a rough day, this, that, or whatever, my sister might comment or she might react. But if it's a picture of me, no one in my family does anything. They don't acknowledge that it's me. They act as though they didn't see it. It's just so.
So I declare now we've got to go to our Facebook war room, right? And this is what needs to happen. You need to get a picture with these people who aren't commenting on your pictures so that you can post a picture alongside them at a family event, smiling just like you are right now, right? And then you post it and then tag them in it with that special tag picture so that it
So
shows up on their feed too.
there are very
All
few
their friends know that you love them.
there are very few family events because of COVID. There's been very few. But there was a get together a few weeks ago for my niece's daughter's birthday. She just turned two, maybe three. I don't know. She
Yeah.
turned in age, um, and that was the only real get together there's been in quite a while. Now my sister's oldest daughter is getting married soon, and in about a month, and I was not invited.
Were you uninvited?
I don't think I was ever considered a guest.
Are they going to like use torches and pitchforks if you show up?
I well, I mean, it's by invitation. They sent out invites, RSVP kind of an event. It's a wedding. And I did not receive an invitation. No one in my house. My daughter, who grew up with this girl, didn't even get an invite.
Wait, so maybe go check the mail again because maybe it came in under a dead name.
Yeah, no.
No,
No
not
one
even that.
no one in my household was even told about the wedding. Forget about not getting invited. We weren't even told about it. The only reason I know about it is at the birthday party for the little girl, the woman that was sitting next to me on the couch I was talking to, they hand delivered her invite to the wedding, and I happened to see it when she opened it, because they didn't have her address, so they gave it to her when they saw her.
So you saw them giving it to her?
Yeah,
That was not well played on their part. That
I don't think they care. That's the thing. She,
yeah.
this same girl, this past winter, over the winter at some point, I don't remember exactly when, she had a little boy. She was pregnant. She had a little boy. Last year in the fall or late summer, whenever the fuck it was, they had a baby shower. No one in this household was invited to that either, but my daughter went. And when she got there, my mother said, "What are you doing here?"
What?
Yeah,
Wait, your daughter's tainted by your transness?
yeah, yeah.
The fuck is that? Is this generational transness?
And it's terrible. And I
Yeah,
feel bad.
they're
But my,
fucking
my daughter is just like, you
understand.
know, she and I talked about it, and I was just like, I talked about like how bad I felt, you know. And she's like, "It's had nothing to do with you." She's like, Jenny was like, when we were kids, she was my best friend, and what the fuck, this has nothing to do with you. It's what the fuck is wrong with her? So
So the number one, being trans doesn't mean you don't have feelings anymore. You're still fucking human, right? Like that's like basic shit.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know what the
There's no
fuck?
no sense of empathy in most of my. I hate to say it. There's really no sense of empathy in most of my family. There's not. There's not. And they don't talk to me anymore. They don't invite me to things. They don't comment on my stuff unless it's a very narrow topic. Uh, Other than that, I don't exist. I don't get phone calls. My mom forgot my birthday. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So my birthday was last month. A month ago, just a month and 2 days ago. And late at night, she called because she had to be reminded that it was my birthday because I hadn't heard from her and I hadn't heard from her and I hadn't heard from her. So I sent my sister a message. I said, "Hey, do you know where your mother is?" Um, I hadn't heard from her. I figured I would hear because it's my birthday. And she said, "Oh, she's in Florida." And I said, "Oh, okay." And about 10 minutes later, I got a phone call.
Yeah.
And I said, "I guess Renee said something." So,
Um,
Tom, I agree with you. You are right. The problem is, I am still a person with feelings, and it still hurts. And I mean, it's one thing to say "fuck it" and "fuck them" and just walk away. It's another thing to not have it hurt.
yeah.
You know. But I mean, I am not. Here's the thing: is like, you know, I look pretty good. I look good. The thing is, I don't even like wear makeup every day. I wear makeup when I go on to do the show. I work because I'm presenting myself publicly, basically, so I want to look good. But like, I don't walk around like this all day. Um, I, I'm not walking around, in like sissy clothes. I'm not wearing a ball gown, or I'm not wearing, some kind of leather mini skirt, or, not dressing like a prostitute. Um,
Okay.
it's nothing. Jeans and a t-shirt. Just that's my attire. It's what I'm wearing
Is
now.
jeans and a t-shirt you more attractive than your mom?
Oh my god, yeah.
This might be the problem.
um,
That even when you're not trying, she's like jealous.
um, I remember when I first came out to her,
Yeah.
and by then I had my ears pierced and I was wearing nail polish and I'm starting to grow my hair. And she said, "But you're such a good-looking man." I said, "I'm a good-looking woman too." And she says, "Yeah, but you're not." Um, yeah, that hurt. Um, but I mean, you know, I mean, a couple of times I've seen her. We'll be at the diner. I'd stop at the diner because she's at the diner every morning. So I would stop at the diner and have coffee with her. And she'd say, "Look at my nails. Look at my nails. Oh, they look good." She says, "Yeah, we should go." I'm like, "Yeah, we should do that. We should go." And but it never happens. It's like it's a performative thing to try, like where she's trying to say that I accept you without actually saying it, and then never doing anything to make good on the suggestions. You know, so it's performative. It's not real.
What would you have her say in place of let's go to the nail salon together? Something like,
Nothing special.
hey, bitch, I accept you for who you are.
Not even that. It's more of a just be normal.
Oh, like just
It's just like everything else. It's just
shut
like
up.
one of the things that she freaked out about when I came out was the whole bathroom issue. And she called me a pervert. And she said, "You're not going to be able to use restrooms when there's children around." And it's just like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? None of this stuff. That's nonsense. It's bullshit. She's a Democrat for fuck's sake, and she's like parroting all of this right wing nonsense. It's like, where do you get this bullshit? You know? And it's like, the only reason why trans women are in the bathroom is because they need to pee.
I mean, yeah, that's another one of those trans people are still human, basic
Yeah,
things.
yeah, it's just basic thing, and you know, like I said, it hurts. It hurts. How does it not hurt? You know, um, she refuses to call me by my name. She refuses to use my pronouns. She says that she loves and respects me, but she will not respect me. It just is what it is. She said, "I do not accept it, and I never will."
That's one of those really hard ones.
Yep,
To
it
upset
is
about.
what it is. And so I had decided um, to give that to her. You know, you want to call me by my dead name, then fine, then fine. If you want to call me he, then fine. But just you. You know what I mean? That's it. She's the only one. She gets a pass. That's it.
Are we calling this a dead name pass?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Did we just invent something that like other movements have already come across, and they have their own things that we're not supposed to say, but then certain people have passed for them.
I
You
guess
just invented your movement's thing. It's the dead name pass.
it's a dead name pass. Yeah, and that's it. It's just her. And the way I justify it is absolute bullshit. But still, it's the justification that I use is that she's, 72 years old, um, and she's
Okay.
set in her ways.
I would put the cutoff for these let's say grandmother clause dead name passes. Let's put it at like uh, you know at least getting that senior citizen discount.
Right? So I don't know. I don't know. And oh, sorry, I'm so fat. I hate doing that. I don't know. It's hard. It sucks. You know. And I haven't discussed surgery with my family, but
Okay.
it is something that's coming. When I did come out, I told my mom, if I want to get breast implants, I will get breast implants. If I decide to have bottom surgery, I will have bottom surgery. Um, and you need to get used to that idea now. So, but I haven't told her that.
Why? It's
Huh?
not like you need help going to the bathroom.
Right, right. But I mean, she cried because she's like, "Oh, your body is changing,"
Well,
and she
the only help you might need going to the bathroom is like help pushing her out of the way so you can get to the bathroom.
cried. So you know, but she talks about, oh, you only feel this way or that way because you're injecting yourself with that stuff. It's like I ain't injecting anything. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's a pill, okay? Um, so I you know, whatever, whatever, whatever. But I do have a consultation for surgery coming on July 1st, and that's like 2 months.
Mhm.
So,
Uh,
and hopefully surgery will be not that long after.
yeah. Nikki Firestone beat you to it.
She's going on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
And I want to be supportive, like in the in-person style, uh, but you know, these whole COVID restrictions on hospitals and stuff. They don't take extra visitors
yeah.
for outside of family and whatnot. So like transitioning in this era means you get some alone time.
Yeah. For the procedure that I am looking to have, I'm not going to be in hospital very long.
Uh,
Um, at least one night. So the original procedure that I had looked into having is outpatient. They snip and send you home. The whole thing takes like an hour tops. You know, um, but that's not what I'm doing now. So it's a few weeks of recovery, about a week off my feet, um, and Peach will be taking off of work.
yeah,
Um, so because I am definitely going to need it. So and besides, the kids, that's another issue is the kids. So
yeah.
it'll all work out. That's what I just tell myself. It'll all work out. It is good.
It's gonna work its way back in.
Kind of. At least
Yeah,
some.
and it like hopefully it doesn't work its way out because like
Yeah,
you
at least some of it. Um,
put back in there for a reason. Like
yeah. I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with what they do with the pieces, but it's pretty wild.
I
Um,
liken it to how I heard growing up that Native Americans when they killed the bison they used every part. They didn't let anything go to waste. I know it's just like you know
not quite the same, but yeah.
you-
Like they use the the scrotum is used to create labia. And basically, the head of the penis is used to create a clitoris. Um, so yeah, I mean, they use quite a bit of it. If you're going to get a full vaginoplasty, then basically the shaft of the penis is used as the lining for the vaginal walls. Um,
yeah.
so yeah, it's like yeah. I mean, in that case, they use almost everything except for the junk inside. That's just tossed. It's just don't need that.
Yeah.
So you know, um, it's scary, and anybody who says it's not is full of shit.
anybody who goes through with it probably thought it was more scary to stay the way they were.
I don't know about that.
You know,
Knives,
imagine a life
knives,
where you don't reach for the stars.
knives are scary.
Yeah,
Yeah. Surgery scares the fuck out of me. It's one of the reasons I lived in denial so long. Terrified of surgery. I've never had any real surgery ever on anything in my life.
maybe you could start with a baby step of like a tattoo or something.
Well, I've got tattoos. That's not surgery.
The needles are like little tiny knives.
I guess. Yeah, yeah, no. I'm scared.
Well,
Like
I'm
for
scared for you. Like from my perspective, this is very like we know you're serious about it now. All of this other stuff could have been a front, right? We could have been like just on, you know, a bloopers show.
yeah.
But this is a deep cover, long burn joke, right? But now that you're doing this, it's like there's no going back.
Yeah, hold back. So I don't know if you heard when I was talking about it before, and it was just like, I mean, for my entire online existence, and it has been known um that I had breasts. I mean, they weren't always what they are now, but I mean, it was always known. It was always known that odds are I was somewhere on the trans spectrum. Whether I admitted it or not, whether I owned up to that or not, I think it was still pretty obvious I was on that somewhere on that spectrum. Um, you
Breasts
don't,
doesn't put you on the spectrum.
you, if you grew them on purpose, it does. Yeah,
Brett Keane has breasts he grew on purpose.
that's food. He didn't grow those on purpose. He just didn't do anything to prevent it.
Are you hearing yourself? I'm telling you, he is completely cisgendered, man of God, right? And he's got boobs.
Because he's heavy.
Yeah.
It's not quite the same thing. There's fat tissue and there's breast tissue. They're actually different.
I'm going to point out like a middling example between Brett Keane and you, and that is we did have our friend Kazoom once gained a lot of weight because he liked seeing himself that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Very strange.
And part of that process is it makes you a little bit curvier, a little bit more effeminate, right?
Mhm.
And he did that shit on purpose, and he still does not identify as trans, does not identify as anything other than a man. He is part of the alphabet mafia,
I'm
but it's just one
I
step further from Brett Keane
I am
towards people.
terribly I am terribly sorry to disagree.
What?
I see what you're saying. I get where you're going. That's still quite a bit different than actually buying pills online in order to make your breasts grow. Like I have had female breasts for more than a
Okay.
decade on
So
purpose.
he uses his phone
I know to order
to
DoorDash.
dial up DoorDash and order some goddamn donut holes, which are fat pills.
It's a donut hole situation. I'm just sitting here with my donut hole situation, ladies and gentlemen.
There's a good chance that maybe he's been eating some edamame, and because it's soy based, it's got that natural estrogen in it. You don't think Brett King can eat some edamame? I'll call him and see.
That's a reach.
His phone number on his videos.
What? He puts his phone number on his
Yeah,
videos?
he wants people to call.
It's not quite the same, but I appreciate where you're going.
I literally limit how much edamame I eat because I don't want to become brittle.
I have no idea what that even is.
It's like soybeans, only they're steamed, and you have them in the pod, and they salt the outside of the pod lightly,
Oh, okay.
and then you bite the thing and pop the soybean in your mouth with a little bit of salt, kind of like a natural. It, the salt's more like how they put the salt on the outside of a margarita. You know, you're not supposed to eat the glass of the margarita. You don't eat the shell of the soybean.
Okay.
You just eat the soybean, right?
Okay.
But like the salt gets into your mouth from it being.
Okay.
You've never had edamame?
No,
Wherever you get sushi, that's where it is.
I don't eat sushi.
I wouldn't trust sushi in New Jersey either, to be honest.
Well, they sell it at the gas station.
Yeah, I don't even trust a chicken salad sandwich from a gas station.
Oh, I don't get food from the gas station anymore.
I trust a Slim Jim.
Oh God, I haven't had a Slim Jim in a while. I love them. I'm hungry. Would you stop?
What?
I said I'm hungry. Would you stop? You know what I ate today? I had a fish stick and about 7 French fries and about a cup of roasted carrots.
For lunch, I had leftover Popeye's chicken, and then for dinner we went to In and Out.
Oh, I had egg salad too.
For
I got.
breakfast, I just had coffee.
I'm sorry.
For breakfast, I just had coffee.
Me too. Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
that's the meal I skip.
Coffee.
No, breakfast. I just have some coffee and I go. In fact, this is my coffee cup.
I went today and I got a coffee. I paid for it in cash, and I used my scanner thing for Dunkin' Donuts because after so many points you get a free coffee, and I needed 9 points to get a free coffee, so I bought a small coffee and they scanned it, and I'm thinking my next coffee is free. Then I came home and I'm drinking my coffee, and I pulled out the app and I looked to see that my free coffee, and it said I need 2 more points to get a free coffee. Fuckers.
I used to get coffee at 7-Eleven, and it's every eighth cup is free.
Yeah, this is points. It's like 100 points you have to rack up before you can get it. And points are determined on I don't fucking know what. Because if I only needed 9 and then I got a coffee and I still need fucking 7, it's not enough points. Like they're not giving you enough points for what you buy, the greedy fuckers.
I set myself up for a healthier lifestyle, and then right after I did this, I went to In and Out Burger. But I bought this new water bottle, right?
Okay.
It looks like a prescription bottle,
Yeah.
and it's like a prescription for water, right?
Right.
And I put some orange slices in there
To infuse in the water, right?
infused into the water to get me to drink more water.
Yeah.
And then I got like this far down, and then we're going to In and Out. I'm like, fuck.
Does it work though?
As
Is the
far as
water is the water more enjoyable? Because I don't like water and I have to drink more water. So should I get like lemon slices and orange slices and that kind of a thing and
you know,
infuse it?
I'm trying everything to drink more water, and I can't tell you that it's going to work for me yet because that's as far as I got before something was able to tempt me away. But the joke will help me keep it at my desk at work because I'm an addiction counselor, and this shit is funny as fuck for an addiction counselor to have a pill bottle on his desk. So I'm gonna stick with that on my desk at work, and then try to not fall into the. It's easier for me to control my habits at home, but when I'm on the move, and going to work and like fast food is like so convenient. You
Right.
pick
Well,
it
I
up
wasn't supposed to.
at my work.
Peach does alternate day fasting, and she's very, very disciplined. She is very good at it. I don't have a fucking clue how she's able to do it with such ease. Um,
Like a
so
whole day.
yeah, she goes every other day. She eats nothing all day. I can't. So what I do is every other day I eat very little. Today is a fasting day. So there was a good thing about that is I didn't have to cook dinner for she and I. I only had to make for the kids. Um, you know, but like I said, I had a fish stick. I had like about 7 French fries, and that was what I didn't put on their plate.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just getting settled into a new job, and they have a fridge, and so I can meal prep and take food there.
right,
And I need to get really good at that because when I'm pressed for time, I'll go do what I can to get that meal. And if I didn't prep, of course, there's fast food just down the road.
always.
Yeah.
So what I'm pretty good with is I had to go to the store today. I had to pick up a couple things. I had to pick up diapers for the kid and that kind of a thing. And I did not stop anywhere to get like fast food. I had to pass Taco Bell and McDonald's and Burger King, and I didn't stop. Which I was actually proud of myself because I can just easily just pull there and order a burger, and I didn't. So I was like, yay.
Well, tonight
Um,
I'll be putting notes into a computer, and I bought decaf coffee that I have at home. I just sprinkled a little bit of the actual full-bodied coffee on top of the decaf to make it like 10% caffeine, and then
Actually, already a small percentage of caffeine.
well, 10% full-bodied, and then because I don't want to ruin my sleep schedule and all that, but
I got you.
I'm just trying to like the coffee cup next to me also keeps me from trying to go down to 7-Eleven and get some soda. You know, I'm just making better choices to put them in front of me.
Right. Yeah, I get that. I'm kind of there too. Trying.
It's better now than it was a couple hours ago because the oranges have had time to infuse.
Right.
I think I want to like make this and then leave it in the fridge overnight. You
Yeah.
know, because at first all I was tasting was orange rind.
Yeah. But now it's pretty good.
Yeah, maybe I should have squeezed it before I put like.
Well, they sell them, and it's a kind of weird thing. Is what different but they sell the water bottles with the infuser in it, so you could just load up the infuser with whatever it is you want to infuse with the water, and close it. I was
I don't
thinking about one.
I don't know how you feel about Walmart.
I hate Walmart.
Okay,
I was
uh,
there today. I hate
Paul
Walmart.
hates Amazon, so you know, but Walmart has this product called Triple Berry. One of the berries is a strawberry, one of the berries is a blueberry. I don't know what the other one is, but they sell it in the frozen food section, right? And you get a
Well,
bag.
our Walmart doesn't have that.
It will. It's in frozen foods, and it's just like frozen strawberry.
Yeah,
It's
our
you can,
Walmart doesn't have a frozen food section. Is what I'm saying.
what the fuck?
Yeah, our Walmart is a department store. It doesn't have a grocery section. It has a small section of food. It's mostly like there's soda, bottled juices, cereal boxes, that kind of stuff. But like groceries, like a full blown, they don't. It doesn't have that.
fuck happened in New Jersey?
We didn't really welcome Walmart with open arms. As far as I'm aware, there's not a single Walmart like that in New Jersey. In order to do that, we have to drive out to Scranton, Pennsylvania, and that's a good hour and a half to 2 hours away. So,
Well, I get the triple berry thing from Walmart's groceries and in the frozen food aisle, and it's just fruit, but it's the right fruits.
right.
You put that in the infuser, and they work, and that one will work for me. I didn't have any triple berry. This just came in the mail today. All I had was an orange.
Right. Maybe it's blueberry.
I said strawberry and blueberry, right?
Or is that what you said?
I think the other thing, the other one's a raspberry.
Oh, maybe. Ooh.
Strawberry, blueberry, raspberry. Triple
And
berry.
that reminds me now, I want gummy raspberries. See why it's so hard for me to do the fasting.
Fasting it.
I like food. I'm a foodie. It's just it is what it is.
As a gift, uh, my niece got me my favorite candy. It was a giant bag of peanut butter M and M's. When I say giant, I mean like the big trucker sack of M&M peanut butter M and M's, right?
Wow.
And I took it to work, and I still haven't opened it. I've been good at work. Have it like for emergency purposes only. In my file cabinet, there is uh, just those peanut butter M's right there. Uh, it'd have to be a really, really bad day, like if I was up all night, and I couldn't like operate in the day. Those things will wake me up. It's impossible to fall asleep with peanut butter M&Ms in your mouth.
I will take your word for it.
Your brain will like light up and say, "Swallow that shit. That is good shit."
So I stopped putting peanut butter in my kid's oatmeal. He was starting to refuse to eat it.
Now, how are we going to get them?
One thing, and I didn't do it tonight because of the show. One thing I'm doing though is I've added like he has oatmeal for breakfast. Um, he has goldfish crackers as a snack during lunchtime, and for dinner he has another bowl of oatmeal of different flavor. It's a different amount. We put bananas in it, blah blah blah, that kind of a thing. Like I've been doing, and then after dinner I will give him a container of applesauce or chocolate pudding, and I'm able to get him to eat that. So I'm going to expand on that kind of a thing and the kinds of things that I'm able to get him to eat. So money is really, 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 really tight right now.
Mhm.
It's bad. Like it's bad. It's just this last like 2 weeks has been really, really, really hard. And we got a hole in the roof. It's a big fucking nightmare here. It's bad. It's bad. Anyway, so I have to wait. So as soon as money gets loosened up a bit again, I'm gonna go pick up like yogurt and other things that he can eat with a spoon that I can get into him that I could add. Like maybe for lunch he can have goldfish and a yogurt. And because we're not talking about dense stuff, we're not talking about high calorie stuff, but it's a different kind of food. It's just something to add to what he's already eating. So, yeah, yeah. So, it is what it is.
Do you feel like it's getting better with age? Like the variety is getting better that he'll accept.
No,
It's not getting better.
no. When he was younger, he would even eat pizza. He won't even eat that now. He would eat rye toast. He won't eat that anymore.
Rye toast?
Yeah,
You trying to get a kid to eat rye?
he used to eat it. He won't eat it. He won't eat anything now like that.
Why are you eating rye?
I like rye. Rye is really good. But I mean, I don't eat it
You
anymore.
know, I jumped onto this show just wanting you to know that it's okay to love yourself.
And I do with rye bread.
That is such a backhanded thing to say.
Why? What's wrong with rye bread? It's better than white. White bread is like one of the worst things you can put in your body. White bread is
Not
terrible.
what she said.
White bread is terrible.
Uh-huh.
So you should check on Facebook. I posted a picture that I was editing.
All right. Here we go. All I have to do is like go to my Facebook homepage because it is basically the Raven page.
Really? Why is that?
Uh, I get a lot of Raven selfies.
Oh, okay. If you say so. You don't see it yet? I just posted it a little while ago. 3 minutes ago, actually. Wait, now let me.
There it is.
There it is.
You already had a thumbnail from the post before, from an hour ago,
Yeah.
with the Jambo-boo-boo.
But I took this while we were talking. I was like, hey, I look good.
How would people know the difference? You cropped me out.
It wasn't about you.
Gotcha. I just want you to know that I'm okay with being seen with you and your boobs.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank
That's
you.
fun. Like I'm publicly joining your stream, like knowing that people are going to see this. I'm conscious of that, and so like you don't have to crop me out to like share pictures. I don't have a problem endorsing the fact that we were in this stream together.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You do weird shit, you know.
Like, take pictures of myself?
Yeah.
Show me a girl that doesn't take selfies. Go.
Kate. Kate's replacing every picture of her with cartoon her.
Is she really?
Have you seen all of what she puts out into the world? It's
No.
all animated stuff.
I I believe in some places she's blocked. In others she's not. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to what she does. Ever since she said I was retarded, I don't really care what she does. So, you know, we had a falling out. She's a mental patient, and you know,
Yeah.
when asked about it, she said, "Oh, Dashel's semi-retarded." So I'm like, "Fuck you, then." So, you know, and then she had her procedure, and she doesn't remember the falling out. And I'm like, "Okay, I do."
I'm not abreast of the procedure she had.
Something with her brain. A few years back,
Surgery?
she had something. I don't know. She had some kind of thing, and it put her in the hospital. And yeah, it was something with her
You know,
brain.
last time she was on the dinner club,
The
she
dinner club didn't exist yet.
she wasn't hating on any of us.
Yeah, this was way before the Breakfast Club um, broadcast existed. It was years ago, a few years back.
But this last weekend, like maybe she's lost more.
I don't
Maybe
know.
she doesn't know that she hates us.
Yeah, I don't know. She had something that she had to have done because she had some kind of a seizure. And she
Could
was
be
in.
just that we're getting old and like forgiving each other of things. Because she used to have like a 30-minute video of hating on me, and she took it down.
Really?
Yeah, and I similarly disarmed and just figured that I'm just gonna let the past be somewhere else in the past.
So proportional response
Yeah,
is right. Yeah, I don't know. She's just
actually, it was more like, oh no, she's not gonna grow up and leave me out of this. I'm gonna fucking grow up.
yeah, no, not me. She doesn't remember, and I do. So fuck her. So, but I mean, at the same time, wow, kid, why do you do shit like that? Sorry. At the same time, my oldest posted this really weird thing. It's like one of those three-dimensional pictures, but
Uh,
it's not a picture, it's dots. So when you move the mouse over it, there's like three different colored dots that go all fucking crazy. It's weird. Um, that's my kid. No doubt about that. Um,
I
so,
believe more than Christian people do. I believe in forgiveness and redemption now.
yeah, no, I don't.
And what I'm asking is, we take today, right? 7 years from this fucking show today, we reassess whether or not we still want to hold things against Kate.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Um, so like, even though there's that like festering bullshit, I still won't like just stand by and let people insult her.
Okay.
Right? I mean, we were in one of the first times that we were on the Breakfast Club together with her, and some asshole came into the chat and was just like, called her a trans woman, and I was just like, "What the fuck are you doing?" She's not conventionally attractive. I get that, but don't. That's bullshit. You know. Said, as far as I'm concerned, she's clearly not trans. Don't try to use being trans as an insult. So I remember when that happened because I don't know if you were there or not, but I was like, kick that person, kick them, kick them, kick them, get the fucking
I,
asshole out.
I'm just gonna say that I know that she's been part of some pretty public spectacles where she'd be welcomed there, and I don't feel like I would be welcome in those places because she's more conventionally attractive than me in that respect.
So I have no idea what her body looks like at this point. One of the first interactions I had with her person to person was she sent me nudes.
Were they body painted nudes or real?
No real close up of her breasts from the side and um, show me her stripes. She had tattooed stripes or something, or they were painted stripes. I don't know, but they were stripes, and she was like holding her breast, and it was like her whole side. And I remember thinking, "Wow, actually, that's pretty impressive." But I had not seen. It was just a very um, favorable angle. You know, and that was one of the first, like I said, person to person interactions I had with her, where it wasn't through YouTube. It was, and it was just like, okay. And then she sent me the picture of her skating with the body painting of the Jedi, not Jedi, Resistance fighter.
Yeah.
So, and it was like, okay, okie dokie, yeah.
I don't feel like I could do that with as much acceptance from my peers skating with me. They'd be like, "Dude, maybe leave that at home."
There
The
was I understand. I do. There was a time like I used to go to pride parades in little tiny shorts and like a half shirt. And when I got there, I would strip down to wearing like nothing except for a thong. Like I've got pictures of
Was it
me
a
in
rainbow colored thong?
no pink. I got pictures of me in a little tiny pink thong walking through the streets of Manhattan. Um, I would not do that now because I have this, and I don't look good naked anymore. So
I feel like you can still look good with this, you
I
know,
don't.
but it really takes owning it, and being comfortable in yourself. I've seen some really pretty thick people pull it off just by being confident.
So, um, if I wasn't worried about looking feminine, then I would do it. But my belly is shaped the way that it's a man's belly. Um, Men and women carry their, belly fat differently, and this is very much a man's belly. So,
Okay, I think I understand.
so I look like a really funny looking guy with boobs. That's what it looks like naked. I don't like it. Don't like it at all. But like I said, I mean, I was a YouTuber. That's how recent it was. I was a YouTuber at a time when I was going to the Pride Parade and walking around in nothing but a thong, and posing for pictures and you know um, sneaking my way onto the parade route, that kind of a thing. And you know,
Why
and
would
I
you have to sneak onto the parade route?
because anybody can't just walk in the parade. You have to be part of a group. You have to be registered and signed up and everything else. Not anybody can walk the parade.
I just learned something.
All those parades are all like choreographed. You have to wear an
Seems a
ID.
little wild and out there to be choreographed.
Well, I mean, more of a this group is walking with this group for this many miles, then they have to stop and they have to allow traffic to go by, and all the lights and the police and everything's
Right.
all synchronized. And I mean, it's so the people while they're walking, they're throwing things and they're doing tricks and somersaults and stripping and whatever it is they're doing, throwing out candy and beads and clothing, whatever the fuck they're doing. But like their general motions, the general motion of the parade is all planned out ahead of time. And there's like so many people between this point and that point, so many people between this point and that point, and it should take this many minutes to go from here to there, and that's all. That's all choreographed. All parades.
Okay.
Like you can't. I mean, like your local town might have like a Memorial Day parade. They might allow people to just to
Well,
walk
I
if they want
I
to.
was part of uh it was the St. Patrick's Day parade in Colorado Springs,
Mm.
and I got the Freethinkers of Colorado Springs a place in it, so I know that part. Where I pulled the float with my truck, and we
Right.
had to have a certain order that we were in, but like
That's all planned.
everybody who we wanted to be a part of our group, it's not like they were counting or anything.
Well, but I don't know about that parade. I don't know how big of a parade it was, but like in Pride, like you sign up to be to walking with a group. Typically, it's people that are associated with that group. But if you want to walk with a group, you have to actually sign up in advance, and you get an ID. So if you're walking the parade route and somebody asks to see, what group are you with? Let me see your ID. You have it. You have a thing saying that you're supposed to be there. And there are police that are there along the parade route that stop people from jumping the fence, to jumping the barricade to be part of the parade. So
Wow.
a couple of times in my life, I've actually done that. I snuck
Where
onto
we
the
got in
parade.
trouble was we had it's customary for the floats to like throw candy to kids even
Right.
on St. Patrick's Day, and we made little baggies with candy in them, but there was a little slip of paper that said the name of our organization and also Good Without God. And the whole plan was so that a kid would be like in the ride home in their parents' car saying, "Mommy, what does it mean to be good without God?" You know,
Pretty good.
that was the plan. But we passed them all out, but then we heard about it later. Like we weren't supposed to put little slips of paper in the candy.
Well, they'll get over it.
I even had to. right after one of our board meetings, get everyone together to make those little baggies. So we had a little like assembly line.
What? What am I looking at here?
Don't do that stuff anymore.
Sorry, it's gonna be May.
Is it May already now?
No, not yet. Another hour. So yeah, we went to one Pride parade and we hadn't stopped for. Normally, when we go to Pride, we will stop for breakfast, whether it's a diner or we'll go through the Burger King drive-through, whatever. We usually get breakfast. Well, a few years ago, one year we did not. It was me and Peach and I believe Al, my friend Al. Yeah, it was Al, and we didn't stop for breakfast that morning. And it was hot, and we were in this really dense crowd. And Peach fell out. She like collapsed, and like
Oh,
the crowd kind of like dispersed a little bit, and police came in. They gave her some water, and we were like kind of trapped behind barricades and stuff. And the police were like, we said that we hadn't gotten anything to eat yet, and they said that's a good idea. You should go get something to eat. And they opened up the barricades and they said, go on down the parade route, go to the next exit down there, and go find something to eat. So we said okay, and we start walking, and we were talking. We were like, let's just walk the rest of the parade. So I pulled my shirt off and we pranced around in the rest of the parade, and I waved and I shook my boobs, and yeah, it was fun. Um, yeah, so
you pulled one over on them.
yeah, yeah. She like literally fell out. I mean, it was a little scary, but once she was up and moving again, and we weren't stuck in a crowd, she was okay, and
Yeah.
she was fine to go for the rest of the route. So it was cool. It was cool. We had a good time with it. And I at that time I felt good about my body, so I got to show it off. That was always fun. Not in that mindset anymore. And it's just the fact I'm getting old. You know,
Okay.
I don't know. It's just this.
I often have thought that there's certain uniforms in life that are that way because there's people that are not happy with this, and one of them is uh, in boxing. They've got the boxing trunks, but then like the belt area of those trunks is like really high, and
Yeah.
part of it is like as high as the trunks are, you can't hit below the belt, right? Well, let's just raise the belt line up a little bit, right? But also, if you're a big guy like me, and then you decide one year, well, I'm going to start training to do some amateur boxing, get in a boxing smoker.
Right.
You get that sagginess that happens right there, and it
Uh-huh.
just doesn't feel right to be seen in public from like this part of your chest down. So you want to wear that set of trunks that it raises the belt line up a little bit, and then you look all jacked, and you don't have to have that wrinkly like spot where you used
But
to
it,
not be
but
jacked.
it's but it's still noticeable through the shorts though, because the way the shorts fit on you, the way they sit on you, is noticeable.
But
So
not
it's
boxers.
noticeable. I don't know. One thing I do have is I have a corset, and that holds it all in and gives me a shape. I just don't wear it because it's too difficult to put on. Like I can't put it on myself. It takes another person. So and tried to put it on with Peach, and she got really frustrated with it. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to ask again. I'm so sorry. So it is what it is.
Nobody else you trust?
No, for that, no, no, there's nobody else here. Mm. So it is what it is. I know when I bought it, and I want to go back there. There's a store. It's about an hour south of here, and It is a clothing, shoes, and makeup, and breast forms, and for trans women and cross dressers, and um, that whole thing. And you can't just go in. Um, in order to protect their customers, they don't have a storefront. You have to make an appointment.
Oh,
So you make the appointment. They tell you exactly what time to be there and where it is if you've never been there before. So when you go, they open the door for you, and there's a guy there who's basically a personal shopper with you and helps you pick things out and talks about the products and blah 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 blah. And when I bought it, I went there. I didn't know that it was an appointment only place. I had stopped and I knocked on the door, and somebody came and I said, "Is this?" I can't remember the name of the place now. Blah 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 boutique. And they said, "Yes, but it's appointment only." And so I had no idea. I drove an hour to get here, and then another guy came and said, "I'm not with anybody, so come on in." And he helped me with it, and he put it on and he tightened it all up, and I was looking in the mirror and I was just like, "Holy shit, you look amazing." um, and I've never been able to get it back on again because I can't do it myself. So
okay.
it sucks, and it is what it is, and it's just one of those things that I deal with because it is what it is. So, but the goal is to not need it anyway.
Okay. So now we don't eat every other day.
Oh, I eat. I just eat not nearly as much as I would like to.
Is your low food day every other day the same as her fast day?
Yes.
Because that would be better if it lined up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like that on purpose because that way it's just easier. Uh,
Yeah.
I had hit a high of 212 pounds, which might not seem like a lot, but for me, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I spent most of my adult life about 140 pounds. So, um, when I joined the service, I was 135. When I came home from the service, I was 137. 2 months after being home, I was 135 again. Um, I'm tiny. I was always tiny, tall, but physically very small.
Mhm.
And I always was until I got the deli. And I blew up at the deli. I mean, you figure I gained um, almost 100 pounds. So that's a lot.
Were you testing all the food?
Yeah, I ate a lot. I ate a lot, and I wasn't very physically active. I stood in one spot and cooked. My arms were active, but and it's like 100 hours a day, and all of my meals were in the deli, and it was all the deli food off the flat top and the fryer and everything. Very unhealthy. And I put on weight. I put on weight very quickly, and I put on quite a bit, and I'm having a hard time getting it off. I'm having a harder time getting it off now than I would have because of the hormones. Um, when you are no longer producing testosterone, it's harder to lose weight.
Yeah.
Testosterone is an advantage to weight loss. Um, so I don't have that. So it's been rough. It's been hard. And I had gotten down to 199, and that was the Saturday before Easter. And then Easter, we had a Easter dinner and candy, and I went back up to 206 in a day, and I'm still trying to get back down to the 199. So I got on the scale today, it was 203, and I was just like, "Fuck!" So it
And you're
sucked.
talking real numbers, and I appreciate that.
Well,
Like, there's a different genre of talking real numbers where, with some of the people that are in my field, I talk real numbers about what we're all making.
right? See,
uh,
look, see, did you
just
see?
so that people know what they're, know how to value themselves. But when you're talking weight, it's very often beneficial to use real numbers because a lot of people, there's this taboo. You don't ask about it. People don't
Yeah,
talk about it.
yeah. But see, that's the thing is, I always believe that with anything, if you talk about it, you can't fix it.
May I ask your height?
I am 5'10" and a half.
Okay.
So I am overweight, and I don't like it, not one bit.
I actually felt my best when I was still overweight. Uh, Now I'm more than that, but the point that I want to get down to is still very overweight. Uh, but I'm going to drop about 50 pounds maybe. But the ideal weight, like the BMI from all those European doctors and all that, I think for me is like 180. And I felt like crap when I was 180.
Really?
30 with a lot of muscle built up, I felt great and I ran faster than when I was at 180.
Okay.
Something about like the weight holding my legs down made me go forward quicker
Okay.
because at 230 I ran faster. But I'm
I want to get down to like 150, 150, 160. So 155. I think that would be a good weight for me.
I want
This
to get down to 230, and at the same time, I want to be able to bench 230.
you want
There's
to lift your own weight.
Yeah, there's the whole bench your own weight thing. Uh, so there's two goals there. One does not help the other because when you're bigger, you can bench more. But
Oh,
if you're trying to get to benching your own weight, you can lose weight to get there, or you can you know, try
I,
the other way and bulk up.
I guess. So it says there's 6 people watching, but there ain't nobody chatting.
Yeah.
Have
Um,
I become boring?
Tom stuck in the South. I think he just lost the narrative when I tried to put Brett Keane on the boob spectrum.
I don't know, but there's nobody else talking.
They might be used to like hot button issues, like all those things that we're not talking about
They're
because
still here, so maybe they're looking at my cleavage. And one of them actually that's here might be Peach. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if she were watching. And if you're watching, hi baby.
I think the last week was the longest I'd been in the same chat as her. Previously, like it was like a second here and a second there.
Oh,
I really don't uh, associate with your wife much in the same circles. It's you I talk to a lot, and so I feel like secure that we're friends. But like, think I think the peach hates me
no.
because like I've been in relationships where my girlfriend hated all my best friends because I spent time with them.
Oh. Hey baby.
Oh, she is watching,
Yeah,
and she probably speaks whisper too. Shit.
I think she does. I'm with her long enough to say that I'm pretty sure she speaks whisper.
Yeah.
So, so okay, so that's one. That means there's 5 others who are looking at my boobs.
Oh look, she wrote that she doesn't hate me. Not at all.
No, she doesn't. I was actually going to address that. Um, she doesn't hate you. I mean,
Well, it's good
you know,
that you didn't have to address things for her. You let her speak for herself.
well, I mean,
Feminism.
I didn't know she was there. I just assumed that she was, but
Yeah.
everybody hates somebody. So I'm not gonna say, oh, because you've heard, oh, I don't hate anybody. Bullshit. Everybody hates somebody. Um, so I don't know. Well, I know some of the people that she hates, but I know that you're not one. So
I was listening to your stream before I got on, with the whole not quite room.
right, right, right.
Another thing you were talking about was that there are a lot of guys that watch Peach because she's attractive.
Yes,
Right? When I was introduced to the YouTube atheist community, I'd been an atheist for years, right?
right,
But had not been connected to the community at all.
right.
And it was my friend Alan who gave me like 10 channels to watch.
Peach was one.
She was not part of the original 10 channels,
Oh,
right? But as I started talking with my friend Alan about the community, he said that you are either in uh, one camp or the other, Peach or Zom gets Chris. That is like, the big divide in the atheist community. Which one are you shipping?
yeah.
Shipping was the word we used back then.
And I mean, they were, they were always good friends. I assume that they're still good friends. They just haven't spoken in a long time because Zom gets disappeared. Um, but, but they were always good friends, so it was kind of an interesting thing. Like, why couldn't you be in both? I don't know.
You know, uh,
I liked Zom gets
where
as
Alan
far
and
as
I
like,
from there, you know, we went on a different path, and so like I started seeing people behind the scenes as more human beings.
right,
So uh, I there's also like why can't you be both? But
right,
there's also why can't you be neither?
right.
And
So
just see people as people, not like
there,
this
there
weird.
is this whole thing when it comes to certain people online where there's like stereotypes. Like, okay, so Zom gets, from what I understand, she was married. Um,
Hmm.
she traveled all over the world. She had other people who were paying her way to go all over the world, to give talks. And I don't remember a single one of her talks. I do know that she was going places for that reason. She was being introduced as like, oh, look at this rare thing, this woman atheist, and she's gonna have something to say, and it was never all that impressive. Um, but she did like to party. She liked to drink. She liked to smoke pot, and she liked to joke about sexual things, and basically be sent around the world as a party girl. Um, and I guess that's cool. Um, I never found it impressive. I never found her very impressive. Um, some of her videos were good, and I met her. I actually had to defend her. I had to whisk her out of somebody's house because he scared the shit out of me that he might hurt her. So you know,
She never
I had,
went through the Colorado Springs, Denver part of the circuit,
no,
um, to my knowledge. What when I was big in the movement, but it is kind of right in the middle of the country, and a lot of people who are smarter than us, they like to spend time on either coast, not so
right,
much in the middle of the country.
right. You're in flyover country.
Yeah,
So I mean, I don't know. I was never terribly impressed, and everybody was just like, "Oh, so she's so pretty and she's so blonde and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "Okay, all right, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me." Even when like the whole thing with Gary, and I basically had to be like, I was worried about her, um, because it is just so hard to express the level of creepiness that was at play during that whole thing. Um, I mean, he was going on about how much he loved her and how important it was. to him that she was there. But I mean, he was wearing these like 1980s basketball shorts that looked like he was about to fall out of them. You know what I mean? And basically, that was all he was wearing. And it was really creepy. And he was sweaty and he was like hanging on her and rubbing up against her. And I was just like, ah, you know? And when I basically tried to like do my part as, like a moderating like influence there, like he would like outwardly like belittle me to my face just to like go the fuck away kind of a thing. And it's like, yeah, no, no, I'm not, because I am like legit worried about her safety. And yeah, and then he trashed me online. And it was just like, it was so disgusting, it was so creepy. And I was legit afraid of what might happen if I had left. And everybody was just like, "Oh, you must have the hots for Chris." And I'm like, "Ew, ew." So number one, ew. Number two, I'm already with Peach. I mean, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, yeah, it was fucked up. And then even she stayed at our house, and then it had gotten back to me later. She actually said something negative about us, and it was just like, "We put you up. We put you up. We picked you up from the airport. We put you up." You know, I took you to that creep's house and made sure he didn't rape you. But all right, say negative shit. Fuck you. I Zom gets I don't have a whole lot of use for, but she was friends with Peach, so
There are people who met me on my road trips that don't like me and feel like I disrespected them. Uh, One in particular in New Mexico, she felt bad because I later on my road trip had a bag of her cookies,
mhm,
and
I remember.
somebody slapped them out of my hand, and she got all pissed off about that. And,
Yeah, I remember the whole cookie
yeah,
incident. Yeah,
cookie thing.
yeah. And then there's like um, the Texan who
Yeah,
has a thing for um, thin, naked gay men, which is fine.
yeah.
Whatever. But that picture, that dude didn't even look healthy. Um,
Well,
I mean, he had like Popeye chin going on, and so that was just like, ooh, what happened to your face? And then he had a saggy ass, and yeah. So
yeah, I
if
met
that's
people.
what Pala, I'm sorry, if that's what that Texan is into these days, fine, good for him.
What I
I
remember the most of that encounter for me was there's this force field that will be created in the carpet if the carpet is infested with fleas. And what happens is you're walking and you feel the little hairs on your ankle start to move because you're walking through the force field of fleas. That's what I remember the most.
oh, ah,
Yeah.
well, I'm
Like,
sorry you had to deal with that.
yeah, it's a really weird, icky feeling to feel like, you know, you're getting infected with fleas yourself because you had the hair bend. Every time they hit one of your, I have leg hairs. I'm a hairy dude, right? So they pop off my.
I have to shave.
What the fuck is that shit?
What? That was pretty good. Way it's like somebody else's leg. Oh, okay. I don't know.
I don't think this lighting does it justice.
Yeah, I have to shave. Actually, you can see my veins. Oh God.
Yeah, the only person I know that has hairier legs than me actually is Vegas.
Are they mad at me?
You know, uh, I don't think so.
I was like, oh my god, I did not expect that. And I have no way to contact them. Um, so I was just like, okay,
We could call.
no, it's okay. I
You
mean,
know,
if
all
you
these
want,
people, all we have to do is call them.
I can't call him. I don't have his number.
You know, you could just ask for the number
That's how.
or watch the person's video where they're posting it.
It's okay. It's just that I didn't expect it. It was just because it's not like it was a lot of money.
Yeah.
Um, and it was like just all of a sudden it was canceled, and it was just like, oh wow, did I say something that upset them? Um, I mean, I wouldn't want to intentionally, especially like somebody who's like a patron, somebody who's I'm not that much of a bitch, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I can be, but I don't want to, So I was worried if I upset them. So
I one time had someone reach out to me and ask me why I stopped being a patron. And at that time, it was because I lost a lot of patrons. And I just had this rule myself that I was trying not to spend as much on YouTube as I was getting in. And I
right,
was I was always spending like more because everyone had fundraisers for every little thing, every GoFundMe, and I was putting out more money than I was bringing in. I just felt like, well, why am I asking for people's money on Patreon at all if I'm just going to throw their money and mine at all these other things?
right. I get it. I get
So
it. And
when I lost a few patrons, I kind of shortened my list to just the people that I wanted to keep on there.
I mean, I don't know what's happening in their life. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. So I was just like, when I logged into Patreon and I saw, I was just like, I was like, oh my god. I mean, 50% of my income through Patreon is gone. I mean, it's just you know, like I said, it's not a lot of money. I don't make much from Patreon, but he was 50% of it. Or they were 50% of it, and just no nothing. I was just like, what the fuck? Did I do something wrong?
Well,
So
I recently had someone who didn't like Patreon because of politics and was asking, "Hey, is there something else I can support you on?" And I've had these other things set up for like years, and zero people supported me on those things. And I finally got someone on Subscribestar sending
never,
me a very small amount, and then on Coffee, it's ko-fi, um,
never.
sent me some money that way. And people will bring up these alternative alt-right ways of getting paid, and you know I'll try them, but like I'm pretty lefty for those things. I belong on Patreon.
uh, I didn't realize there was a political bend to it.
There is a little bit. The guy who started Patreon, he's got a YouTube channel. You can watch his videos and
Well, I
see.
know that they gobbled up the Green Brothers version of Patreon. It was subbable.
Mhm.
Um, you know, Patreon bought that. They merged.
Yeah,
Um, that I remember because guys, a YouTuber started this thing and it turned out to be a really big company now.
yeah.
Um,
I
so
recently did the math about like uh, how much would I need to make as far as a YouTuber in views for me to like consider that more viable than my actual job.
right,
And if you had a minimum wage job with the CPM that I have, because I have monetization on YouTube, you'd have to get 200,000 views a month.
okay. So, but that's views. That's not donations through Patreon, though.
Yeah.
Like you can get your donations from Patreon, and the people don't even watch your videos.
Sorry. I think it was 200,000 a day, actually, views
So,
that you'd have to make in order for it to be
Okay.
Minimum wage.
I watched a ContraPoints video today. I don't know if you heard me talking about it before, but I watched a ContraPoints video today, and at the end they had the list of the
Patron.
patrons,
Yeah.
and it was incredibly long in alphabetical order. And as it scrolled up or whatever it was that it was doing, slides or scrolling, whichever, I don't remember, but it was over 5 minutes long, and it was just like, you know, about 50 names on the screen at a time. And it was just like, holy shit. If that's like $5 donations per person, this is thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a month. I mean, it's like, and just an immense amount of money. Um,
Yeah.
and it's just like, holy shit. And I can't keep 3 patrons. I
Yeah.
don't know what to say about my content, about the value of my content, or how
I
pretty.
I appreciate what Natalie's doing with the money because it goes into set design, it goes into props, it goes into
It doesn't
research.
all go on the props. I mean, she's making bank.
Yeah,
Um,
but
but
like you
yeah,
can
she
see that
does
she's reinvesting into it, right?
right,
Um, on the other side of things, you've got Secular Talk with Kyle Kalinske, which has
right.
been in the same basement for a while. He had his watchers build his set for him with a special fundraiser in the first fucking place, right? But he's been down there for fucking forever now, and he is making a shit ton. And before uh, Graphtreon got cut off from Patreon's data, I can say he was making $250,000 a year just on Patreon money alone,
Yeah,
right?
it's crazy.
And his budget is very like he talks, and that's it. Like that's the cost of his show.
Right.
Everything else is already paid, bought and paid for. Same production value hasn't changed, and people are just throwing money at it.
Believe me, I thought about getting one of those fans that Natalie uses in her videos, and I thought about trying to at least model my presentation after some of what she does. Start calling people gorge. Actually, earlier in the show, I was calling everybody babes, and I kind of like that. Actually, I like the way that felt. But yeah, I mean, it was that kind of a thing, where she was just like, what are you doing, gorge? And yeah, she's good at it. I think she's awesome. I do.
Yeah,
I didn't like her before she transitioned.
there was a degree of separation between her and I that didn't like me, and so that's why I
Why
never.
do you think people don't like you?
Oh, this one uh, outright said it.
Oh,
Yeah, but that person was very close to Natalie at the time, and I didn't know Nicotine 2 at all prior
oh,
to the transition.
I did. I did. I wasn't a fan. I mean, I was of the channel. I was a fan of her content, the things that she was posting, but I wasn't a fan of her. Um, I thought she was pretentious, and I told her to her face in Washington D.C. that I think you're pretentious, and she said I am. It's like, okay, all right. I think I respect that.
I will say that she and Jacqueline Glenn have this same bragging point of dropping out of grad school.
Oh, I didn't realize that was a bragging point.
Well, it comes up a lot that
I did
both
not know.
of them dropped out of grad school, and I'm like, yeah. A lot of us chose to stick with it for just a little bit longer, a little bit more stick to itiveness, and completed what we started. And
I dropped out of high
it,
school.
it doesn't make you any more or less intelligent, but
I
it's
dropped.
weird. It's a weird thing to brag about.
I dropped out of high school.
Yeah, I heard that earlier. You dropped out of high school. Did you
Dropped out.
finish a GED?
I did. I got my GED.
You know that's the hard way to do it, right?
It was easy. It sucked because I had to pay $20.
So There are people who just sit down, get butt time in a chair, check a box, and they get graduated at age 18 and they don't know shit, right? And then I
Right.
got my clients that started doing drugs at like say 14. They like kind of dropped out of high school and then they have to go get their GED and then they have to learn their shit in order to pass the test.
No, well, I
I
don't know.
can
I
coach
don't know.
them on a lot of this shit.
I
Telling you, like, you don't have to know the shit if you do it the traditional way of just sitting in the desk.
so I was class of '89 when I went into high school. And um so the school year like 85, 86, oh, I was a freshman. Then the following year I was a freshman again. And then the following year I was a freshman again. And the following year I was a freshman again. And so everybody that I started high school with was now graduating. I was a freshman still. So I dropped out. And the reason I was a freshman was I kept losing credit because I wasn't going to school. I was cutting school. I was hanging out with cool kids and I was drinking and having a good time and blah, 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 blah. I was too cool to go to school.
Mhm.
So I ended up dropping out and getting a job. And then I was just like, well, I really need my diploma. So I'm going to go get my GED. So I went over to County College, where they administer the test. And I said, I want to take the GED. And they said, well, it's going to cost you $20 to take the test. And it's like another charge. I don't remember what, like $100 or whatever, to take the 12-week course that you have to take in order to take the test. And I said, I don't want to take a 12-week course. I just want to take the test. And the woman laughed right at me. She says, no, you don't waste your time and your money.
Yeah.
Take the course and then take the test. I said, yeah, but I don't want to take the course. I just want to take the damn test. You know, um, I have a $20 money order. Let me just take the test. So they took my money order and they said, okay, I'm going to take the test, but you're only going to have to take it again after you take the course.
Yeah.
So I took the test, and I don't remember how long it was, like 4 hours to complete the test or whatever. And after 3.5 hours, I was done. I handed them my papers and I walked out and went home. Um, and then it was a few weeks later, I got a thing in the mail saying that I scored high enough on my test that I could apply to have my diploma come saying the name of the school I was supposed to graduate from. So instead of general equivalent to diploma, I scored high enough to get a Vernon Township high school diploma. And I didn't bother doing it. But a friend of mine went about a month later to take the test. And yeah, he ended up taking the course. And the instructor during the course said that there had been a month earlier that there was a guy that came in and insisted on taking the test without the course, and he scored really high, and that was me. So they were talking about my test in other classes, and I was just like, check that out. So I don't know. You said the hard way. All I did was take a test. I've never failed a test in my life except for a driving test.
You know how people who are immigrating to our country, when they get their citizenship, they have to take the citizenship test,
Yeah,
and much of our country don't know the facts of the citizenship test.
yeah,
Same thing with a GED. You actually have to know the source material.
yeah.
You
But it's
can't
all
just
general. It's all general
yeah.
school knowledge stuff.
You're from New Jersey. You take this for granted. In other parts of this country, a lot of people do not know any of that stuff, and it's the harder path. To it, I tell everybody if they're under 21 that we have a school called Emily Griffith here in Denver. You can go there and just do regular high school, sit, get your butt time in a chair, and do it that way. Because I know people that have been trying to get their GED for years, and they're stuck on the math or
The
stuck on the
truth,
writing comprehension.
truth is I should have gone to college. Well, I should have done what I was supposed to do to begin with. Um, I went my first 2 years in high school. I was in a vocational school. I was in VOTEC. I was an art major. Um, I mean, I wasn't terribly good, but I wasn't bad. I had won a couple of art shows. Um, so I mean, I had like success as far as art under my belt already. And so, I mean, I even had a teacher before high school in eighth grade lie about my age in order to enter my artwork into a show, which I thought was just like, you're lying about my age to get me in. That's kind of crazy. And I won first place in that show. So I had already had that. So I was like, okay, I was going to go to Votech for commercial art. And there's a commercial art cluster, they call it. So I took drafting, mechanical drawing, drawing from the left side of the brain, drawing and painting one. I took horticulture. I took all kinds of fucking shit, right? Creative drawing, all kinds of shit. And that was like the cluster. So your second year in high school, then you were in your main shop and you focused on that. But the first year was they cycled you through what they called clusters.
Mhm.
So I also had that year, I had college prep biology, I had advanced English, and I was in algebra one. So, like, normally most of the kids in their first year were in pre algebra. I was in algebra one because I scored so high on all of the placement tests. Like, I aced all of them. Um, Even though I failed almost every class in eighth grade and seventh grade and sixth grade. Um, the only reason why I never got left back before high school was because all of my test scores were so high. So that was my first year in high school, and I flunked out. Then in my second year in high school, I had all general math and general biology and all regular classes. Um, and then three-quarters of the way through the school year, I lit the bathroom on fire because I thought it would be funny, and I got kicked out of VOTEC.
Ooh.
So then I went to Vernon High for my third year, still a freshman,
Yeah.
and I had general math, like remedial science, that kind of stuff. It was not even average, it was all like below average stuff. And I just stopped going to school and I ended up, flunking out that year. So my fourth year, halfway through the year, I quit. So it was never an issue of not knowing, it was never an issue of subject intelligence. It was mostly emotional maturity was my issue.
Okay.
I wasn't mature enough to deal with the fact that I should do what the fuck you're supposed to do. And that's an issue that stayed with me all the way up until I joined the service. But that was like in '89 when I quit, when I should have been graduating that year. Um, and then in 1990, I went and I got my GED. And like I said, I just walked in. I was like, I just want to take the test. And that bitch laughed right at me. Who's laughing now, bitch?
You saved yourself $100.
I did. And then I went for the ASVAB, the Armed Services Vocational. You know the ASVAB, the Armed Services Vocational Battery at test. And I took the test, and you know how you can't score 100 on the test. The highest you can get on the test is a 99. Is the way they break down the score. And I had gotten a 96 when I took the test. And the recruiter said you need to take the test again. Why? I don't understand. I took the test. I was there for the 8 fucking hours for the test, whatever it was. It's an all-day fucking event. I took the test. Why do I have to take the test again? Well, you're a high school dropout and you scored a 96. One has nothing to do with the other. You really need to take the test again just so we know that you're not cheating.
Ah.
So, okay. So I took the test again, and my second time out, I missed one question on the entire test. And they said, "Well, lucky for you, we go with your higher score." Okay, they're both damn near perfect, so it doesn't really matter to me which one you go with. So, and the one question that I missed was a math question because my weakness was always in math.
I missed more than one question. I missed quite a few in auto mechanics. It was on the ASFAB, and
Mhm.
I remember now I know what this thing is, but they had a picture. Really well drawn one too. It was just a drawn diagram of not the one where you do the pulleys. I got that one right.
No, 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 not the pull. It's a wire around a magnet.
No, it
Okay,
was a master brake cylinder.
really?
Yeah, it was just like the whole thing right there. And then it's like, what is that? I'm like, I have no fucking clue what that is.
Uh, Pretty
I've
sure
never seen the
had
inside of a car.
ours had a wire around a magnet. And it's like that's an alternator.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even known that. You know, I
That's what
just
the alternator. That's what the alternator. That's why you turn the
yeah,
car on. It takes a charge.
I know that now, but like back then, I had zero auto mechanic skills, and so I had
I
all
had
those
zero
scores
mechanic
where they
skills.
break it down what subject you had, and then I had this one really small like limp dick little bar of like 40% in auto mechanics. That 40%, there were some gimme questions in there, like really easy ones. Those are the ones I got, but yeah, I was not going to be in the motor pool.
So I don't know how they broke down. There's like a GT score. I don't know how those worked. I do remember my GT score was 1701, and they said I was high enough that I could have been an officer if I wanted to go to officer candidate school. And I was like, because my attitude about everything back then was the same as school, where it was like, whatever, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. It's like, what do you want to take? I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I took air condition repair. I don't know how to fucking repair an air conditioner to this day. Back then I could. I don't have no idea how that's done anymore. I
I
just didn't care.
I had a good choice of jobs, and for a lot of my high school, I thought that I would want to go into satcom and just be that guy with the backpack that can, phone home anywhere. And it was a pretty technical job, and I thought that that's what I wanted to do. And then they gave me the whole book, and I picked a completely different, also technical job of just electronics calibration. And I had to go to AIT for 13 months, and they put facts in my head that are completely useless now because technology has gotten so much better that there's a lot of what's in my head that is just obsolete.
Yeah.
That 13 months, was not well spent. Unless I'm replacing the vacuum tubes on the back of a guitar amp, there's no use for a vacuum tube really anywhere in your life.
No, not anymore.
No. But I learned a lot about tube theory.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't know there was a tube theory.
Well, there's different ways to use tubes like transistors in order to get different effects. And yeah,
Mm.
um,
When I was
none,
a kid,
none of it's worth anything.
when I was a kid, we had a tube television.
Yeah. I was calibrating oscilloscopes which had CRTs in them, cathode
Yeah.
ray tubes, and same same principle in those tubes as well. It's like a TV that just has that wavy line on it, and I was fixing those, working on them all, every day while I was in the army. But they all went digital. The newer ones don't have tubes in them; they just have a LCD screen. Um, there was a final project that we had where a sniper would shoot a hole in a piece of equipment. Your job was to then bridge all of the circuits, spend your days off like fixing this thing, and then present it in working order. And nowadays, what they
Yeah.
do when something gets shot, they throw it in the trash and they buy another one. Because, like, say your cell phone gets a bullet hole through it, you ain't fixing shit.
Yeah. No,
There's nothing on the inside you can fix.
it's like alien tech.
Yeah, so they just what I call pluck and chuck. Pluck out the bad part, chuck it, put in the new one.
Right.
That's what technology is now. And so everything in my head, obsolete.
So I have a, obviously not this one. This one is a working phone. I have a cell phone upstairs, where we went to get it repaired because the screen was all completely shattered. So took it to get it repaired at one of those little booth places, and the guy's like, "Okay, yeah, fine, whatever. 2 days or 3 days, whatever it was supposed to be, come get it." Well, 3, 4, or 5 days go by. Doesn't fix, hadn't fixed it yet, and it was just like, "Dude, what the fuck?" He's like, "Well, I can't get the new screen." It's okay. Well, we'll just come get the phone. So he gave us the phone back, and he took the glass off completely. There's no screen at all. But looking at the phone, it's just a black, actually gray, just a gray like slate. There's no plugs, there's no wires, there's no circuits, there's nothing. And it's just like, okay, this is one of the creepiest fucking things in the world, because how does the phone work? Because like there's nothing that creates the image. I mean, there's just like, how does this even fucking work? It's really, it's like alien technology. These things are fucking bizarre as hell.
They make more sense to me than the tubes did, actually.
Really? I just,
The digital technology where like it's all just little dots instead of how images used to get reproduced, even just from film, like just by putting a film through a reel to reel, and then all of a sudden, like the end product, it looks like it's moving. That makes far less sense to me than just like a digital camera where it's just pixels being picked up. That little gray slate that's inside there,
yeah.
the photo cell on the inside of this camera here, it's just a little gray thing that's catching all the little, electrons and photons and whatnot. And just like how it gets put on the back screen here, it makes complete sense to me, right?
Yeah, that's me. It's really bizarre. It's really kind of creepy. You Dummy head. I don't know. I don't know how things work. I flip the switch,
To
the light.
me, to me, the internal combustion engine, I understand the concept, like as far as compressing the gases and then the ignition and then the piston goes up and all that. I
Right.
understand how to explain it. I still look at it and I'm like, that shouldn't fucking work. Who the fuck thought that shit up? When I see that the electric cars that they're coming out with now, they make complete sense to me. But that's why I scored horribly on the ASVAB with auto mechanics. Like that shit is just alien tech
Right. One is a gas engine, and the other is an electric motor.
yeah,
Electric motors make more sense.
to
I
me.
get that. I get that.
I look at the internal combustion engine, I'm like, how did they even get to that point? Like I don't understand how they would think to compress it that way to make a fucking car move. Like who would think to like put gas stations every fucking where so that we could keep going everywhere?
So
But
when I was working at Staples, I was a manager at Staples once upon a time, and I was working there when solid state um, laptops were coming out. Solid state hard drives, and I still don't understand them. It's a magnet. Okay, well, a magnet is a magnet. All digital storage is magnetic. I get that. Your credit card is magnetic. Your uh, phone storage is all magnetic storage. I get all that. Cassette tapes are magnetic storage. I get it. You know, magnetic storage I understand. Solid state has no moving parts. It's a magnet. How the fuck does that work? That's bizarre to me. That again, that's like alien tech. If there's no moving parts, how does it do anything other than sit there? It's a brick.
Do you feel the same way about a thumb drive?
Yes and no.
Because basically, a solid state hard drive is just a
It's a giant
glorified
thumb
thumb
drive.
drive.
Yeah.
Same basic premise as far as like no moving parts, stores your information.
But like how do you find information on a brick? Like how you navigate and maneuver it. That's what gets me.
Yeah, that brick has hundreds of leads that are like smaller than what you can see coming off the side of it, and like in a little braid, of circuitry, so that you can get information on and off of it.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
Alien tech. I'm telling you.
and there's nothing that I could have done with my hands to create one of those things, right? As far as like if you shot a hole through it with a gun, it's dead. It ain't never coming back. The only way to get one is off the factory floor.
Right.
You cannot repair them for shit.
Um, I remember when the laptops started coming out with the solid state memory. And I mean, they were talking it up like that was a selling feature. And being I was the sales manager, that was part of my job. And I was like, I can't do this because I don't have confidence in something that you can't fix. And that has no moving parts. And I don't have a fucking clue how it works. It's bizarre. But it turned out that at the time, I don't know about now, I have no idea about now, but at the time, people weren't really sold on the idea. Like solid state memories were kind of like, really?
Well, they were also more expensive.
No. Yeah, they were. Which was something else I didn't understand. It's a brick.
Well, I think it was just supply and demand for a long time because they're about equal cost now. But there is a use for hard drives that I've seen uh, that I don't recommend anyone do. But they have like Bitcoin miners.
Right.
Well, there's this other type of cryptocurrency which gets mined with time and space, which means having spare space on a hard drive that you give to the cloud so that people can store their information on your device, right? And so they call it mining by proof of time and space. If you do that, your hard drive gets overwritten like it's working 24/7. And a solid state hard drive is going to last a little bit longer than moving parts Western Digital hard drive that has like 7 cores to it. After a while, that thing's going to burn out with all those moving parts. So in about 6 months, you just killed that hard drive. And what I've seen is people are going to ARC thrift stores and they're trying to find old DVRs and like from like cable boxes that people have like just discarded, and they can buy them up for like $5. There's a Western Digital hard drive inside of that thing, or a Seagate, right?
Right.
And they're moving parts, but for 6 months, you got some time and space that you can plug into the network and get your cryptocurrency. You're going to burn through that shit, but if you were buying them for like $100 a piece, what they're actually worth, it wouldn't be worth it. But at $5, used from the ARC.
I don't know anything about any of that stuff.
Yeah, there's people that will, go thrifting for anything these days.
I suppose so.
Raven, where'd you get that shirt?
What did I get? This was a gift, a birthday gift.
Ah,
It was actually on my Amazon wish list, so it was from Amazon. But um, a YouTuber um, got it for me for my birthday. So I was like, yay!
YouTubers remembered your birthday.
Yeah.
I had a very awkward birthday with nobody remembering it too, but because of all the drama on YouTube, especially a decade ago, with regards me, I decided to tell all the social media to like forget my birthday. And so like there's no Facebook reminder to everyone that my birthday came up, and that's why I don't get as many happy birthdays. I don't even like have social media sending it to my family. It's really just people who are very very close to me that remember.
Yeah. My daughter didn't remember my birthday either.
My brother, my recent ex, my sister the day after. It was belated, but she remembered. My realtor and my mortgage lending agent, they both remembered.
So
They're privy to that information.
this was actually, it's sad, but it's a funny story. My daughter didn't remember my birthday. Um, I saw her before she went to work that morning, and we talked a little bit, and she left. No happy birthday. I said, okay, fine, whatever. She'll say happy birthday later. So uh, I had gone and I'd gotten myself a birthday cake. It was actually no, I didn't. My son came with it. It was cookies and cream birthday cake.
Mhm.
Actually, it wasn't even a birthday cake. It was just a cake that he'd gotten at the supermarket, but it was for my birthday, so whatever. It was cookies and cream cake. It was good, you know. And he left the cake that was left over. He left it, whatever, when he went home. So when my daughter came home from work, she looked in the fridge and she goes, "Oh, you have cookies and cream cake." And I said, "Yep." And she goes, "Oh, wow. One of the individuals where I work, because she works at uh, like a care facility for it's the Sussex County um, what the hell do they call that? It's SCARC. I can't remember what the whole thing stands for. Something for retarded citizens. Anyway, yeah, it was named. It was named a million years ago, and they never changed the name. It's a very what the fuck name. Anyway, but she works there. She takes care of people with learning disabilities. She helps them get dressed. She helps to feed them, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, she asked if I could. She goes, "Oh, that's cookies and cream cake. Can I have a piece?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." And she goes, "Man, one of my individuals is going to have this for their birthday." And I said, "Well, I had it for mine." And she said, "Oh, when's your birthday?" And I said, "It's today, love. You're about to have a piece of my birthday cake."
Wow.
Yeah,
Awkward.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It was bad.
Did she continue to eat the birthday cake?
Yes.
Well, that's good. Not all was lost.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Not for her. No.
You got a ballsy kid.
Yeah.
That's New Jersey right there.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that Tom mentioned the steam engines. Much more just so that I don't have to look at Peach not hating me as like the last thing that was said because you know I keep checking for someone to say something, and I see Peach saying, "I don't hate you." I'm like, "You're trying too hard," and then like a minute
I
later, look again.
keep I keep inviting people to say stuff that I mean I do better when there's like a flow of topics and stuff that are coming back in the day, like blog TV. I could just sit there alone and just talk and talk and talk and talk because the chat was so active. And Richard Coughlin made a name for himself doing that. The chats are always so active that he could just sit there and just talk to people based on whatever it is they're typing, and no matter what they say, there's something you could say back. Like if somebody just in the comments just says banana split, he could take that and run. You
Yeah,
know, but if nobody is saying anything, it's like a really awkward fucking thing because it's just like I'm out of current events to talk about, you know. So I mean, I've been begging. I mean, you watched before you came on. I was asking people to,
Yeah.
you know, comment, say something, give me something to work with.
I will say, like, one of these days, I'm going to say the food item, probably on a day that you're not fasting, right? I'll say the food item that will be the great idea to try with your kid.
Okay.
Because I'm really experienced with food, right? So I'm just going to have this like epiphany, like, I know what he's going to like. And then he'll eat.
It would be nice if we can get him to eat.
Peach wasn't there when we were having that discussion about uh, I wanted to take a syringe and fill it with peanut butter and then like poke it in the little goldfish booty hole, right? And then like fill up the goldfish with peanut butter. I don't know how many times we'd get them, but if you don't try it every day, maybe you'll get them more often with the peanut butter goldfish. Every ounce of protein counts.
Oh, agreed. Like I said, I've tried all kinds of stuff. I jump through hoops to get him to eat, and there are days where it's just like, or I yell at him, just stop moving. You're gonna eat. I mean, I have to hand feed him. The only thing that
Speak,
he eats on his own is goldfish crackers.
Speaking of booty holes, like whenever I hear news about booty holes, I'm immediately attracted to it. The news, not the booty hole, right? I'm like the straightest booty hole expert. So Lego just came out with this giant tiger.
Booty
It's like
hole.
this big, and
Okay.
it has an actual Lego booty hole.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that. I
You
saw that.
saw the anatomically correct booty hole on the tiger?
Yeah, I saw something about that, some article or something. I
Little
saw
little
that.
pink circle piece that you just
Yeah,
put right there.
yeah. What's
I'm
up
like,
with that?
yeah, they gave it and it looks good for a booty hole, like for a Lego booty hole. Like
I,
I was
I
like,
I guess
have you ever had a cat that just loved to like show you its butt all the time?
not really. Um, our cat doesn't really do that. Not that often. Not really.
My pit bull will sometimes. He'll like do like the downward facing dog yoga thing and put his butt up in the air and he's stretching and I'm like, I don't need to see that, man.
Yeah, no, no.
Also, because of my job as an addiction counselor, I am the world's leading expert in what is or is not a fake penis because
Well,
I
that's
do it
that's
by
important,
2 ways. You know, when
right?
people do your analysis, there's like mirrors all around in the room, and they if it was fake, I would know.
Okay then.
Yeah, and in the straightest way, I'm telling you, dick expert.
Okay. All right. I'm probably more of an expert, but okay.
Well, in the culinary sense, but like if you held up an object and asked me, is this or is this not a dick? I could
Is
let you
this a dick?
know.
Very good.
No, you could possibly end up in the hospital with one of those stuck up your butt.
I suppose. I mean, anything is a dildo if you're brave enough.
Yeah, I have friends that are nurses that tell me all sorts of things.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Look at there's 7 viewers and there's nobody, nobody commenting. There's nobody chatting.
The mag light is the thing that should probably be pulled off the market.
Mayonnaise jar.
Who would do that? I mean, it's dangerous.
I've actually read a couple of accounts of that. There was one, they actually had to like fill the jar with, because it was like open end down. So they had to fill the jar with like cement and pull it out.
Oh,
And then there was another one where it broke,
yeah,
and
not good.
that's not good. That's not good in any way, shape, or form.
That's the
Um,
problem with light bulbs. You're
just
looking at me like I just offered you sauerkraut.
what's wrong with sauerkraut? That's Meridian Frost doesn't like sauerkraut.
Okay. I'm it's not that I've chosen not to like it, but it does make me flinch when I eat sauerkraut.
Really?
I like kimchi, which is basically the same thing. It's fermented
Never had.
carrot,
I've never had kimchi.
but
It's right up
but
there with sushi for me. Never had it.
sauerkraut can be probiotic too. But just the way that it went sour, just kind of like the gag reflex. It's real.
I see. I see. 8 viewers. There's 8 people watching, and it's May now in New Jersey. It is now May. By the way, 16 minutes now. It's been May.
Yeah, it's not May yet here. Well, they're watching to hear us argue
Hey, Badger.
about who knows more about dicks.
I do.
Really?
Yes.
If you had more of an appreciation for dicks, then why are we signed up for exploring the idea of getting rid of one? I, sir, have this deep seated appreciation.
For your own. I have an appreciation for ones that are not mine.
You know, okay, gotcha. Badger, we were just talking about broken glass inside of colons, and
sitting
well,
on
why?
broken glass.
And then, like, speak of the devil, you know.
There is something very wrong with us.
Yeah. Wait. We can call him too. You want to call him
Call who?
Badger?
Oh, but you just want to call people?
I want. I want to know how you ended up with a millennial brain.
What?
You never want a phone call from
I hate
anyone.
I hate telephones. I don't like making phone calls. I avoid the phone.
Yeah. What the hell happened to you? Does it
Uh,
skip generations, or are your kids millennials too?
One of them is
You're like the elder millennial.
kind of, I guess.
You
Um, I don't know. Ahead of my time. I don't know.
holophobic.
I don't like telephones. I
Did you
never
have
did.
a code
I
with your
don't like.
pager?
I don't like answering machines either, or voicemail. Hate. I am not talking to a machine. Fuck that shit.
Did you have a code with your pager that would tell you things if people put certain
I
numbers?
never had a pager.
What?
I never had a pager. No, no. I skipped that actually, and I didn't have a cell phone until it was basically everybody had a cell phone.
Um, as much as we want to fight over who knows more about what, uh, Badger's there in the chat owning it. The whole ass mayonnaise jar. Let's call it
um,
right in the middle of this.
so I had gotten um a cell phone, my first cell phone in 2007. I wanted to 2007, and it was pretty much standard issue for everybody else at that point. Um, I was late to the cell phone thing because I don't like cell phones.
Okay.
I don't know how old you are, Tom. I am 51, if that helps. Um, but one of my kids is a millennial. The other is a Zoomer of the older kids.
See, there's going by age, and then there's classifying people
Like
by their
Patch.
actual traits.
Right. Right.
You know,
And yeah, one's a millennial, one's a Zoomer.
oh,
So actually, not even. Devin is definitely a millennial. Rochelle is a baby boomer.
mhm.
She's like in a time warp. Wow.
I think Midas is like an hour late in the show
I don't know.
because we were talking about that stuff an hour ago.
Well, I mean, they're just saying that how cool it was to hear us talking about it. Doesn't mean we were talking about it for them right now. I don't know. Then maybe it was. I don't know. I don't know, Michael.
Yeah, I have a completely different like understanding of that whole community from my perspective.
But
Uh,
which community?
the atheist community, the skeptic atheist community.
Oh,
And I hate when people spell skeptic the British Australian way without the K because it looks like septic to me,
yeah, yeah.
like it's poopy. Like
Well, it is really.
so the AAA atheist organization, right? They had their conference here in Denver, and I still have the T-shirt from it, and it was called the Ascent of Atheism, and I filmed Matt Dillahunty, Aaron Ra, uh, the Thinking Atheist, all those people there. They all came that part of the circuit of the sell my book circuit. They all came here, right? I filmed their shit. I filmed the entire conference, and then somebody in my chat said, "Yeah, it really does definitely have the scent of ass." And I was like, "How did nobody see the ascent of atheism as the ascent of atheism before they made the fucking t-shirt that I bought that now I can't look at that t-shirt without thinking the ascent of atheism. And the
Uh,
whole ascent thing is because Denver has, the Rocky Mountains, ascent, you know. But
yeah,
and the AAA has like the A's in it, so they shape mountains out of the little one-off logo they made for the conference. But like nobody heard the word ascent and thought ascent until that one viewer who didn't like atheists.
yeah. I wouldn't have thought it, and I wouldn't have seen it like that. I wouldn't have.
Um, I saw the destruction of the Dawkins Foundation from within, from my perspective, because I was friends with a lot of the RDF workers who were in the warehouse that were personally like handwriting back to people who had written into the RDF when they were like ordering things from the warehouse. A lot of those people are still my friends,
Yeah,
and what happened from within, how it was like taken over, and they like outsourced that whole warehouse. They just made it like a website that like buys shit from China. You know, I saw all that happen. Uh, I really what I saw was everyone had their own little atheist organization that they wanted to be the president of. Too many chiefs, not enough Indians.
yeah.
You
That's
know,
usually the case.
there were so many different flavors of it. But I saw personally when we had Richard Dawkins out here that 10 years ago he was already losing his mind. He was getting senile, And then I watched, like, year or 2 year and 3 years later, as he was just ruining all of his legacy with Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, somebody fucking take his phone away.
Yeah.
He's old. He just needs to, like, go off into the sunset.
Into the sunset. Yeah.
Hopefully with
I saw him.
a better way of trimming his eyebrows. Because I swear, it's, how like cats have whiskers so that they can tell if they can fit in a pipe or not.
Right, and he had this. Yeah.
In person, he will poke your fucking eye out with those fucking eyebrow whiskers.
Saw him in, I guess it was Washington D.C. Um, yeah, it was D.C. It was at one of the events in Washington, and he was running across the parking lot, and I don't know why, but I was laughing my ass off because he was running like this.
Yeah.
I was dying. I was like, Peach, you gotta come see this.
He wasn't the biggest name in the movement to me.
No,
Uh,
the most.
I saw the Christians just wanting to attack him because he had the most popular book.
Yeah.
But for me, it was probably Becky when she was the president of the Humanist Association, American Humanist Association.
I don't know who Becky is. She had good hair.
Yeah,
Becky with the good hair. I don't know who Becky was.
her and her husband Gary owned Evolve Fish, which was the store that had all of the different fish with all, like, there was the Buddha fish and the
Okay.
evolving fish and
Mhm.
the Jesus fish with legs, and
Right.
all the different, the Darwin fish, all the fish.
Right.
If you went to evolvefish.com, you could buy any of them, and they owned the design for most all of them except for the Darwin one. That one they actually licensed from the original person, but their store was the place to get, like, all the atheist merch for, like, anything you
I had
wanted.
no idea. Then again, I never had any atheist merch. So
I was getting it from them and then donating it to all of, like, the fundraisers we had so that people could raise money for shit. Them and the RDF would give me things to put in the auctions, and yeah, they were great people, Becky and Gary. They sold Evolve Fish like years and years ago. It's a different owner now, but they were all of the atheist podcasts. They would put ads in them, and they were like one of the paying
good marketing.
Ads. They were like, if you're an atheist, where are you going to find somebody who wants to put their ad in your shit, right?
Right.
They were supporting all of the podcasters for a long
time. I had I had one guy who was a patron for a long time who supported a whole shit ton of atheist channels. He did not give me much in Patreon. I was probably one of the lowest that he had, but he really only, I think, was supporting my channel because he was supporting Peach and Zombies. He was a massive fan of Zombie. He was one of the people who paid for Chris to travel around the world.
So Becky Hale was the president of the American Humanist Association for years and years. Okay. And I think mostly because of the popularity of all fish funding her ability to, politic and in all those circles. But she and her friend Deborah Daly were humanist celebrants who were performing marriages for all sorts of people who weren't legally allowed to get married.
Okay.
Right. and that's what I knew them from. And so when Brian Badger in the chat needed a celebrant, that's where that's who officiated his marriage was Becky's best friend Deborah.
Okay.
So like the 6 degrees of separation here is like
Yeah. Yeah.
very
Not.
tight. It's like 2 degrees.
Yeah.
And Gary just like a couple months ago wanted to know what I was doing up here in Denver still because he wants to be back in the Springs doing activism where it counts, where all the mega churches are. But I'm up here for my career, so
Yeah.
that's where that talk went. It was good in that moment back then, back when the Reason rally happened the first time, and by the
Right.
time it happened the second time, you could see that the movement had petered out a bit, and it was still important, but it doesn't have that same place in everyone's hearts.
No. No. It was a short-lived thing. I'm glad that I was a part of it.
Yeah, but from Becky and Gary's, uh, we'll call them monthly parties with the free thinkers.
Okay.
There's that they throw giant houses of rich people all over town that were hosting these things, and all I wanted back then was to be successful enough that I could have a big enough house where my living room could hold 50 people.
Yeah.
So so I could be part of like the circle of dinners that they were having. That
Yeah.
was the goal of mine. And now I still want a big house.
I just want a house that doesn't have a hole in it.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
How's the weather looking?
Good, thankfully. It was supposed to rain the other day, and it didn't. It was like kind of like mist during the day, but no actual rain. Thank God. I gotta get somebody to come with a tarp and put it up. Like I said, I'm not doing it. I can't
Yeah.
up there. Fuck that. No, I will either fall off the roof or through it. Yeah.
You think that you're heavy enough to fall through it, or the
I
roof is?
don't know how sturdy, because there's already, a hole that rotted into the roof, so you can see where it dips, and yeah. So I don't know how strong it is. I'm not climbing up there.
Okay.
Somebody who knows what they're doing and where to step and blah 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 blah.
With construction, prices going up, up, up.
I
I
don't
would,
know what to do.
I would, in my area, a good roof for your average house is between 15 and 25 grand.
Yeah, it might be about that here. I don't know. I figured probably about 10,000. I don't know.
Back in Louisiana, my cousin Greg had a cheaper uh, solution for some people that was not exactly up to code, but he would put a brand new roof over your old roof.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard of people doing that. We were actually talking about solar panels.
Like redoing the roof and getting solar panels.
Well, I know there are some companies that advertise things like need a new roof, get solar panels, and we'll give you a new roof.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes you can get that attached to home loan, where like it just puts a basically a HELOC style thing into your home loan, or you do like a refinance to put it in.
okay, Joe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea how any of that works. But if they're willing to, well, like, I have no idea. I have no idea. But
When Joe gets here, I'm going to tag him in and I'm going to go pee for a minute.
you can go pee now. I'm okay. I don't think anybody here will hurt me.
Because you know, I've
Only
been
6 of them anyway.
this fucking water makes you pee.
Yeah, well, it's water, so.
Yeah. It actually, it's got a warning label that says this drink may cause frequent toilet breaks. But it says don't refill it from that toilet.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I don't know.
If you were feeling like really, really lucky, we would just find this Midas 41 person and talk to them randomly. I don't know who this person is. You?
Nope.
You know?
Huh.
We would like say, hey, uh, find Raven J on some social media that's being monitored on, all the other tabs, and like shoot a message and say, hey, I'm Midas 41. Send me the link so I can talk to you guys live right the f now
Joe,
before Joe gets here. Because when Joe gets here, me and Joe are gonna like sandwich that person. You know, we're both like the pieces of bread of that sandwich.
I see. All right.
Kind of like how you use those big rolls when you were making your burgers.
Yeah, you talk about food. I'm hungry. Not with you. I might have to go upstairs and I don't know, find something.
Nah, because it's fast day.
Not anymore.
Oh yeah, because May. Gotcha.
Not anymore.
Does it also count like if you hit midnight tomorrow night that you have to stop what you're doing?
We actually, I mean, I don't consider it the next day until I go to bed and wake up.
Okay,
So,
gotcha.
but yeah, I mean, I don't know how it's really supposed to be done. If you can go midnight to midnight, whether you slept or not, I don't know. Suppose you could. Makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
I
I'm
never had
telling
that.
you, I gave Badger the link to get in here, right? Straight away. And I'm worried that Badger is still stuck on the mayonnaise jar in the UK. Do they make mayonnaise jars the same way across the pond?
No idea.
Yeah. I'm imagining like this little tiny Grey Poupon jar, with like just a mayonnaise.
But of course.
And it's like I'm thinking like this giant, huge thing that really hurts, and it's like this little tiny dainty
Dijon mayonnaise.
Dijon mayonnaise.
There's six. I can't believe that there's actually 6 people watching. I don't think I normally have that many people watching.
Past your midnight.
Yeah. I don't think I normally have that many people watching. That's actually seems like a lot for me and this time of day.
There'll be more people who catch the after show, and they're going to be like, you know, either playing World of Warcraft or studying, doing homework, something like that, right?
No,
Doing,
they're going to be like, wow, I really need to be there
yeah.
next time it's live.
And
Because, this chick is cool.
yeah.
And I'll be like, that's right, babes.
they're going to get this huge swerve when Joe comes onto the show, and then like we actually start talking about like different subjects. Like Joe's just going to say, "I hate this person so much. I just want to poke a hole in their brake line so that they slide under a gas truck and taste their own blood before the gas truck blows up and sends them to hell." And I'll be like, "Joe, calm the fuck down. We were having this chill conversation."
Wow, that went pretty far there.
Yeah, well, Joe is kind of out there.
mm. hmm Okay.
And that's what stops all the data entry. These like these moments that are just like,
Oh, hey, what's up?
peaceable kingdom. You are now part of this show forever and ever. Amen.
Forever and ever, amen. Wow. Sorry. I saw this link and it was like Disney characters reimagined as millennials. And it's awful.
What what does it mean when someone says galled to be here? Oh, glad. Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
I got that.
you got that.
Yeah, it's amazing to me you didn't.
Well, that might be owing to the fact that I'm not exactly part of the alphabet mafia, and certain words will stand out if you use them all the time, and you know,
I guess.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. What do I know?
Galled.
Oh,
Yeah, I was like, what does that mean? Uh,
hmm. I don't know. Are you okay? Why don't you go use the bathroom? It's all right. Go ahead.
I should.
You should. It's not healthy to wait.
Well, I didn't want to leave you alone on your show. I felt bad that I had to take a few moments to get here, but
Well, I'm glad that you did.
there we go. I'll be back.
So now what do I do? Huh. Isn't this a predicament? Oh no. Oh no. Hang on a second. Let me refresh this thing over here. I'm refreshing this thing over here so I can see. What am I looking at? I don't even know. I don't even know. 98 views. Oh no, that's something else. No, it's just 41. 41 views and 5 likes. But that's only 83.3% of the reactions, which means there's like 3 dislikes. Man, what did I do to people? What did I do to people?
Oh, if you only knew.
Well, yeah.
If you only knew the power of the dark side.
If I knew, I would know.
Well, it's like my grandfather used to tell me, we're here, wherever we would go somewhere, you go, we're here because we're here. And if we weren't here, we would be somewhere else.
Somewhere else. I've said that myself, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. And although wherever you go, here
There you are.
you are. See, that's the thing. See, people tell me to go there, but everywhere I go, I'm here.
There you are. I mean, well, hey, today is the first day of the rest of your life. Then again, so is tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think those qualify as deepities. DVDs are funny because, like, they sound profound. Like I guess the way Dennett described it was like either they sound profound but they're trivial, or they're like impractical and don't actually make any sense if you actually think about it, But there's a lot of things like that. Or they're tautological. It's like, well, like like the first today's the first day of the restaurant, of course, because yeah. But eventually, but the thing to worry about is that there's going to be a point when the first day of the rest of your life and the last day are the same day.
Same day.
Then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
This isn't that weird.
Yeah. Okay. And
Hey, it's Thanos.
And it didn't really work. There was a delay in the reaction of the video.
It was only slight. It was only slight. But one of the things that like it just made me think of Deadpool, because when Deadpool 2 came out around the same time as either Infinity War or Endgame, I forget which one. But there's because there's a lot of breaking of the fourth wall kind of stuff.
Right.
And there's one point where Deadpool says to Cable, "Okay, Thanos," because of course Cable's being played by Josh Brolin. The cool.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I like stuff like that.
So
I'm surprised you guys are still on.
I'm surprised I'm still on too. Probably won't be on a whole lot longer, but it is what it is.
Yeah, there's another one of those.
Yeah.
Well, what happened was I was playing a game with my friends. We finished, and then we had like kind of and then we started gabbing, and then I thought we were done, and that's when I said, "Oh, I'll be right there," and then my friend kept talking, and I was like, "Oh." So I finally had to extricate myself and say, "Oh, I'm really tired." Most I am. I'm exhausted, but I was like, "Oh, I gotta go, man. I'm really tired and go to bed now." I lied. Well, it's all the half truth.
So we're like saying, like I said, like it is what it is, right? I know people who hate that hate that saying. And then there was like I used to say all the time. I used to say what happened, like way back when I worked at Lennon's and things, and my boss would always like he'd come up and would say like, "Can I ask you a question?" or he would ask about something, and I would just say, "What happened?" Hey, how you doing? Like, can I ask you something? What happened? And one time he like lost his shit. And he was like, "Nothing happened. I'm asking you a question."
God.
Like, what happened just seemed to me always seemed like a perfectly valid response.
That's funny.
Yeah, well, you got all bent out of shape.
Well, Raven, I'm sure you'll remember because we're similar in age, and you're also in New Jersey. I don't know if it was anywhere else, but for a while there, the expression people would say, like somebody would say, talk about something that was unhappy going on in their life, something untoward or unsalutary, and people would go, "Sucks! Oh, sucks to be you."
Sucks to be you, yeah.
And my friend Vincent, after a while, he was just like, I said that to him, and he was like, "I fucking hate that expression." Because you think about it, it is kind of dismissive. It's kind of like, well, sucks to be you. Tough, basically, tough shit, asshole.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was always the way that I saw it. I mean, Dude,
I hadn't thought of it, but then when I thought
about an accident and lost my arm, it sucks to be you.
Yeah. It didn't last very long for that reason. People got annoyed by it, I think. It lasted about 18 months, and then
I don't know. It really sucks to be them. I don't know what to say. What happened? I don't know.
The worst of it is when you can honestly say it sucks to be me. Oh,
yeah.
And Mike's sporting let that be your last battlefield divider on his beard there.
Yeah, I did that, and nobody at work said shit to me. No one. And I was
Really?
like, like it didn't look like this the day before, but nobody, like, I feel like I have the power to come in. I could have blue hair. I might be able to pull off blue hair, and you know you push the envelope just a little bit more and a little bit more until you.
Yeah, I noticed it right away. I was like, because it caught my eye, like, it was throwing me off a bit too. But then I realized it was like, right in the middle too. So,
I have no
because
idea.
now, did you get the reference to let that be your last battlefield? It's an episode of Star Trek, the original series.
Mhm.
That's the one where Frank Gorshin is white on one side and black on the other, and the other dude is the other way around. And so their faces are bifurcated. So that's what
Right.
made me think of like Mike's face is split. But that's the line that splits the two sides. Except he's the same color on both sides.
Okay. All right. Okay then. So speaking of Star Trek, it's just a few more days until Strange New Worlds.
Yeah. The commercial that ad we were looking at looks pretty cool.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was just like, holy shit. I mean, I saw that and my thought was, holy shit,
Mm.
that's Trek.
Hmm.
So, and when I had said to Peach, I was like, this is the most Star Trek looking Star Trek I have seen in a long time.
Well, and what was really nice about, I mean, even to the point where, I mean, it's a modified version, but the theme song is based on the original theme song.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yeah.
was like, all right, cool, rock on, let's go.
So, I mean, apparently, what has happened was the idea was they had to correct the fuck up of Discovery by pushing it 1,000 years into the future,
Right,
removing that ship, removing that crew, removing all of the issues with that it brought to the Trek universe, and moved it ahead 1,000 years. And now this is like their clean slate. They're starting over with
right,
Strange New Worlds as a logical lead-in to the original series.
right. I mean, the thing is, which was a better idea in the first place. That's what they should have done the whole time. I mean,
Right.
the thing is with Discovery, I think Discovery would have been. Well, again, like you and I were both agreeing, like we don't like none of the characters are likable and all that. But even beyond that, if they had just put Discovery in the future beyond all the shit that we've ever seen, you don't have to worry about canon as much because hey, everything works differently now. Warp drive works differently now, and all these new things, all this stuff works differently now because technology and time. So, and you could even have it that, well, maybe what they're saying is wrong relative canon, but because it's 1,000 years ahead and people's perceptions of the past are often inaccurate. So people won't necessarily know exactly what happened 1,000 years earlier because, that's how people are. Hell, we get shit wrong from 10 years ago. So,
Yeah. I mean, one
so
of the interesting things about that, though, about like you said, they could have just done that to begin with. Was I mean, Enterprise gave them um, enough material to set something in the future.
right,
I mean, they had all the stuff with Lieutenant Daniels that was like 400 or 500 years in the future, where he talked about Zindi being on the Enterprise 400 years into the future, how they become part of the Federation. I mean,
right,
there's plenty of stuff that was laid out already in Enterprise that they could have played with. So it was just like then to try to put Discovery pre-original series, pre-Kirk, made no sense. It was just like,
made no sense. Made no sense at all. And that's the thing. It looks to me like they're going with like the look of the ship and the look of the bridge. They're going with, it's not identical, but it's very similar to what the old show looked like.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
that's the thing. It's like it doesn't have to be fancy and new. We loved that old thing. It doesn't matter. Just we're gonna have better graphics and
I
and
mean,
and hopefully good storylines. And
I get what Steve, is saying when he's just like, it's all fiction, so it doesn't matter anyway. It's like, yeah, sure. In the grand scheme of things, none of it matters. It's all fiction. Whether or not things are canon doesn't really matter, right? In the grand scheme of things, who gives a shit? It's fake. It's fiction. It's supposed to be enjoyable. But when you set up a universe that has rules, when something doesn't follow those rules, or if it's out of place, you know it.
You
And
know
for
it?
some of us, it becomes like a thorn. It's just like
Yeah.
this is
And,
aggravating. It's
and it's
annoying. It's like
bad writing.
it's bad writing. Yeah, Discovery's bad writing. Lots and lots of bad writing.
I remember reading Larry Niven stuff, and he was talking about how, like, same thing. He's trying to set up that consistent worlds, and there was times where he wrote something and he really liked it, but it didn't fit. Like, there was just things that were out of place. It just couldn't work in the set. He created the setting, and the setting was well established, so he couldn't go and mess with the setting. So it's like, well, I'm going to have to scrap this and use it on something else because I can't use it here. Then there was
Right.
something else where he was writing a story and there was like a new planet or something new, and then he came up with a really cool line, but the line didn't make sense considering the setting, and he changed the setting because it was new, so he could do whatever the fuck he wanted with it.
Do what he wants. Right. It wasn't right.
And see, that's, to me, that's the thing, because basically, because you're talking about at the very least the galaxy, if not the universe, and the galaxy is enormous. Yeah, if you want to not step on all the other stuff, but you want to do something cool and different, hey, set it. Well, think about what Voyager did, right? Hey, we're not in the Alpha Quadrant; we're in the Gamma Quadrant. So we don't. So all the people we knew, the Romulans and the
Right.
Klingons and the
None
Cardassians,
of that is
none of
relevant.
them are
Because
here.
we're
They're
not
way
gonna run
far
into
away. So it's all new people. We can make up whatever species we want, any planets we want.
Well, it's like again an issue with Discovery, right? So the original series was what the original series was. It was bound by it by the time. It was bound by the money. It was what they could do. Um, and then when Next Generation came out, there were things that were changed. Worf, right? Just Klingons in general. They took what was a human looking species and they changed it to make it unique, which is fine, but it was never explained. And it was like this, so and people always complained about it. It was always a thing. It was always like, why did they do that? Why did they do that? Why did they do that? But then eventually they made Enterprise and they answered that question. And it was before the original series, so it was like, okay.
See, here's the thing. See, now that's one of those things, though. I actually feel the other way around. Because I kind of feel like, okay, they were limited by their time. And so if they could have made elaborate makeup, they may have done the Klingons the way we came to know them. So to me, that was an explanation I didn't need. I was like, yeah, I don't care. Uh, but because the thing is, the other thing that I think required more explanation was how did the Klingons go from basically intergalactic or intragalactic scumbags to this supposedly noble race that gave a shit about honor.
Right.
Because if you think about the original series, the Klingons were scum. I mean, they were just murderers. The Romulans were warlike, but they had an ethic. They basically, it was all about duty, and they were warlike, but they weren't. I mean, yes, they were murderers in a certain respect, but they they weren't right. They weren't savages.
Right. Klingons sharpen their teeth.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And so I think, and how did that change? How did the Romulans become to be sneaky and all this stuff, where and the Klingons became the noble people? How the fuck did that happen? Well, one thing what's kind of cool though is there was this as part, I forget which episode of DS9, but there's one where basically Cisco challenges Worf and some of the other Klingons, like, you guys talk about honor, but you're full of shit. Basically, you're full of shit.
That came up a couple of times in the Trek universe, where it's just like, you talk about honor, but you did this, or
Right.
you did that. Archer's trial. That was another one where you speak of honor, but you're attacking unarmed ships.
Mm.
So there was that kind of stuff. And then with the change in the Klingons, and I get what you're saying, I kind of like the idea that they actually explained this, and then there was a virus because they tried to create augmented Klingons, and then the only way they can cure it was, with that vaccine, and the side effect of the vaccine was to smooth the ridges, which is why during the original series they didn't have ridges.
Mhm.
Okay, all right, I get that. That was pretty good. That was, it might have been unnecessary, but it was well done.
Well, right. At least it was well done. But the thing is, although I always thought,
Then,
well, people, because the people that were asking why, well, we know why. They had $12 to make an episode back in 1966, and now they have
right,
millions. So that's why.
right, right. But I mean, it's like, okay, all right, maybe it wasn't necessary, but it was well done.
At least they did it. At least
And
they did it well.
then Discovery comes out, and they completely revamp everything about the Klingons, and it's just like, well, now that just shoots everything to hell about all the explanation that wasn't even needed. That's all shot to hell now
Right. Well,
because apparently that didn't even exist.
and as much as I didn't like the aesthetic of the Klingons in Discovery, I probably could have looked past it. But they turned them into orcs.
Yeah.
They're not interesting and they're meaningless. I mean, basically, they're fucking meaningless. That's not, why. What is this need to turn species that had been an intelligent species, maybe a little scummy, but they're still an intelligent species, and turn them into animals with starships?
Yes.
They're animals with starships. What the fuck?
Yeah. Explain how that happens.
I mean, make them rational beings, have them talk to people, and the other thing too that I have to say about Discovery that I found annoying. I know some people like this, but I did not. The whole thing of let's have all the Klingon dialogue among Klingons be in Klingon. So now I got to read. So one of two things happens.
Yeah. Now I'm not watching the show. I'm reading it.
Well, and that's the thing. That's bad enough when I'm reading the show. But then the worst is there's lots of times where they had dialogue and they didn't tell me what the fuck they were saying. So now I gotta go by their wild animal-like gesticulations. And like, well, I can kind of guess that they're mad about something. Of course, they're always mad about something.
Something didn't work out.
So like that's dull. That's dull. If you want to have animals, make them animals. Just be on a planet and animals attack. Okay, don't make animals in space.
So in Discovery, I remember when Michael and Pike were, working up the plan about how they were going to get rid of the sphere. That had all the information, all of the knowledge that could ever be collected ever in the universe was all in that sphere, and if they didn't get it out of there, it was going to destroy the universe. So, okay, whatever. But when they were planning on how they were going to do that, and that Michael was going to go forward in time, and then the ship was Discovery was going to follow, and that Spock and that Pike and a few other crewmen stayed on Enterprise. It was like during that episode, I'm going, oh, they're going to come up with a whole new series for Spock and Pike that can lead right up into Kirk, because that's what they're going to do. So when I saw the ad for Strange New Worlds, I was like, I knew it.
Well, I will say that was a smart thing that they did because, like I said, I watched like 4 episodes of season 1 and I couldn't get into it. And then people told me, oh, well, season 2 is better. Okay. And I watched a couple episodes of season 2 and I didn't find it better enough, I guess.
Yeah.
And I still didn't like anybody.
Right. Well, that was the thing. Like they started to change the stories. During season 1, by the time you got to the end of the season, there had already been corrections made, like where things started to feel more like episodic episodes of Star Trek.
Right.
And I mean, it wasn't just like 40 minutes of bitch fest, which is what a lot of season 1 was. It was a lot of complaining, a lot of backbiting, a lot of backstabbing. It was just really horrible, nasty, rotten people that just happened to be stuck on a ship together. And then when they did the whole thing with the sphere and Section 13 and it was all that kind of stuff, it was just like, oh, they're trying to correct their fuck up as an organization, right? And as a television universe, somebody somewhere said we really fucked up and we need to fix this. And that season, where they finally went into the future, that to me, that's what it was saying. It was just like it was an attempt to fix what they had done.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that they did that. Again, I'm not, I've reached a point where I'm not interested in trying to watch any Discovery going forward. But yeah, Strange New Worlds. My geek boner was
Yeah, right. So now Discovery in the future, though, I kind of I like it better. I like it more.
Mm.
They've gotten rid of a lot of the backstabbing, not all of it, but they've gotten rid of a lot of the backstabbing. The people aren't all assholes anymore. It's hard to forget that they were, though,
Right.
because it's a big part of the first couple of seasons. But it's not as bad, and because it's so far out in the future, the writers have like free reign. And I mean, they've got like the ships with the detachable nacelles and and the ships that change shapes and everything else, and it's just like programmable matter, and it's just like, see, now they can have fun.
Right. Yeah. Now they can, now it's carte blanche. You can do whatever the hell you want.
And now at this point, they're creating canon, and they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Right. And that's what they should have done all along.
It's what they should have done from the beginning. Yeah. And it's just like now things just like now this makes so much more sense because they're not trying to fit into a hole that they aren't the right shape for.
Yeah, exactly. And definitely one that they didn't want to fit in the hole.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't want to fit. That's what drove me crazy in the first season. I kept saying, these people never even watched Star Trek. There's no way that they ever even watched it because they're trying to fit this in a space that doesn't fit. Right. And not only does it not fit, they don't want it to fit.
They don't want it to fit. They're like, fuck that hole.
Just like that.
And see, this is the thing, and this is again where like, and I agree with Steve to the point of like we shouldn't be slaves to canon.
Right.
But on the other hand, I always come back to is when you put that label on, whether it's Star Wars, Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, Babylon 5, Firefly, you name it, Doctor Who.
You're part of a universe that is established.
That's right. And you're doing it for a reason. You're doing it purposely because you want to appeal to the fans. You want to appeal to their nostalgia for whatever they loved about the earlier efforts. You're saying, hey, you like that? You like this. Because this is all part of that.
Right.
And then if you say, but not really, you're basically lying to people. You're basically defrauding them because you told me this is Star Wars or Star Trek or Battlestar Galactica or whatever, but it's really not. It's your vision for it, and it might even be an okay vision, but it's not the vision you told me it was going to be, or you tried to pretend to me that it was going to be.
So yeah, if Discovery if they had started from the beginning with it being 1,000 years in the future, like this is, if they start with like the burn, right, the burn. So this is like 100 years after the burn,
right?
And that the Federation is in tatters and blah 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 blah, and you start there, and that's the premise. It's like, wow, actually, that's really interesting, and you're clean slate. It wouldn't have had the negative baggage that it has now. Right. And it's just
especially because you think about it, because that means then again, people wouldn't even necessarily remember what, or at least not accurately remember what came before.
What came before? No, and it's like you can just run.
I will say though that the burn they stole that from Babylon 5.
Did they?
Yeah, I don't know. They talk about in one of the last episode of season 4, which turned out to be a filler episode because they thought that they were gonna be canceled at the end of season 4. So they filmed what was supposed to be the series finale. Then they got picked up for season 5 by TNT. So they built this other episode to be kind of like closing that story, the arc of what they did in seasons 1 to 4 for the most part. And it's called Deconstruction of Falling Stars. And one thing you find out in that episode is that there was a catastrophic, nuclear exchange on Earth and fucked things up. But there are characters that are part of the Rangers that are now on Earth, and they're trying to slowly bring Earth back, but they don't want to do it too fast. They're trying to build it back better, to use the Biden thing. So it's like let's build a better society than the one that led to this terrible shit. So took a few hundred years to get Earth back in the stars after that. But that was what they had, and it was kind of cool. You actually see the event that starts the burn, because basically there had been a kind of, they're on the eaves of war, and so this one side's trying to use the characters, the long dead figures from Babylon 5 as propaganda, and so what they're going to do is kind of do like deep fakes and basically have them kind of go along with whatever authoritarian bullshit that side, because that's clear that side's the authoritarian side. So they clone Ivanova and Sheridan and Garibaldi, and so they're basically holographic projections. But now, the thing is, they also have the engrams of the people. So the hologram Garibaldi is just as suspicious as the real person was. So the hologram basically hacks their system, finds out what they're planning to do, and fucks them over. So he starts a conversation with the guy. The guy is like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna I don't care what you say to me, because he starts insulting the guy. He says, I don't care. We're gonna go nuke our enemies." And all this, and he's like, "Well, you know what you should do? I have an idea. I can help you plans." He's, "Oh guys," he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Bend over and kiss your own ass, because I sent a copy of our transmission to the enemy, and they know you're about to attack them, and their attack is inbound now." And so it was kind of a cool little thing. So even the hologram of Garibaldi was just like the real guy, and and still fucked over the bad guys. But yes, and that's what happens. That's the burn. But because apparently enough of the enemy stuff survived to retaliate. But
Right.
but yeah, basically the premise was out of Babylon.
Now,
But
one thing that
that's okay, because you know what, Deep Space Nine ripped off Babylon 5 too, but they diverged, and they took the same idea and even some of the plot line elements, but they did them very differently, and we ended up with two good shows instead of one.
right. Yeah. Now, one good thing that Discovery was good at was putting marginalized groups front and center in the show, and it's very Trek tradition, Trek values, Trek is those kinds of divisions where racism and sexism all doesn't really exist, and marginalized groups could be part of the group, or could be at least front and center, and Discovery did do that well. That is something that Discovery does well. The only thing,
and of course, that's why right wingers hate it.
That's why right wingers hate it. I mean, trans people in Discovery is a very big part of the story, and it's really the biggest, actually.
What's the thing? I think it's so funny when people act like any of this stuff is new in the Trek universe. It's like I forget that the episode where the genderless people, and then somebody decides that comes to the realization that they actually have a gender, that they're not genderless like the rest of their species, and apparently it turns out they're not the only one, that others, but they've always been kind of held back and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's funny, at the time I took it as an analog for gay people, which certainly fits for that, but I realized no, they were actually tackling trans issues way before most of the public even had any clue that was a thing.
Yeah. You know about the episode on Enterprise?
No, the Next Generation.
Oh, the Binars.
Yes.
Binars, yeah.
So long before the average, at the time I was clueless about trans. I don't think I even heard that word at that point.
Yeah, that's right, the Binars. That was they stole the ship. Yeah, that was a good one. Then on Enterprise, they had the species that had three genders, where it was male, female, and a cogenitor. And the cogenitor was necessary. They provide an enzyme or something, so they were necessary for reproduction, but they had no part in well, in society, other than being used for sex.
Hmm.
Um, and Trip convinced the cogenitor that they had met that they had value as a person, and
Hmm.
taught them to read and taught them how to do everything else, and convinced them that they had rights like everybody else. And the cogenitor ended up committing suicide
Hmm.
because in their culture, in their society, there was no place for them other than a cogenitor.
Wow. So it's kind of like the figure, the character, the narrator in the song 2112. Is the Rush song?
Mm.
Oh, you're not familiar with that song? Oh God. So basically, in this Rush song called 2112, it's supposed to take place in 2112, and so it's clear that there had been a terrible war and everything, and what had grown out of that was a theocracy.
Okay.
And so the theocracy runs everything and controls everything, and they basically tell people to avoid the ancient ways and all this kind of stuff. And so this guy is searching, wandering somewhere. He finds a guitar. And he's like, "Wow, this is amazing. What is this?" And then he goes to the priest, like, "Look at this amazing thing from the old ways that I found. We could this could like lift our lives up and make everyone happier." And they tell him, "No, go away with that. We're aware of that. It's that's just an old toy from the ancient people. We have nothing to learn from them. Blah blah blah." And he gets despondent because he realizes that in his society that they're not going to go anywhere because that he feels like humanity could be so much more, but the priests are
Right.
devoted to basically keeping things the way they are, and
Right.
and not learning from the past. And he has this dream where he sees an oracle, and the oracle tells him about the ancient race and what the world used to be. And then he wakes from his dream, and then the crushing despair that he has, knowing what could be but won't be, because the priests aren't going to let it happen. And he commits suicide. He's like, the line is, "My spirits are lost in the dark of despair. My lifeblood spills over." And then there's an instrumental scene part, and then at the end, you hear, "Attention all planets of the Solar Federation. Attention all planets of the Solar Federation. We have assumed control. The ancient race has actually returned to take over and put things right." Because apparently he finds out from the Oracle, they actually went to the stars. They didn't all die off. They went to the stars. And
Right.
basically was left behind was like the conservatives and the assholes and the shit bags who basically made the world shittier, because they didn't have the vision of going forth and being more. So the guy unfortunately commits suicide, and then after he does that, the ancient race comes back, and if he had just survived a little while longer.
So yeah, I mean, it's kind of in that vein where it's like, but so in their culture, in their species, the most of the people that are born are male or female,
Mm.
and there's so few cogenitors to help with reproduction that they are assigned a certain amount of time with with a couple.
Right.
So they end up being like a commodity more than they are a person.
Mm.
And they're not taught to read. They're not taught that they have anything, any value other than to aid in reproduction.
Right. Right.
And if you are a married couple and you want to have a child, you want to reproduce, you have
Mm.
to apply to have a cogenitor sent to your home.
Oh wow. Okay.
So they are treated like an animal.
Mm.
This
So
actually reminds me of a episode of Alien Nation
oh
where
yeah,
they had basically the males were the ones who carried the babies in that show, but also the males had very very tiny penises, and there was one character who he was good for nothing except for to be a janitor on Earth, but he was also in their culture before the assimilation. He was like that cogenitor role because there was just a few of them that were well endowed,
Mm.
and so they had to go in first and create an
Clear way.
opening so that the parent could then just follow after them and plant their seed. And that's
Wow.
how the show explained it. Was like the males actually had very very tiny penises, and they carried the babies also. After the
Wow.
baby would grow like a little while in the female, and then got passed to the male.
Hmm.
Wow.
But yeah, it was like a three gender setup.
And that's why this was there's three genders, but the one gender was basically considered to be kind of useless. Um,
Yeah, and in Alien Nation, besides that one act that the guy did ceremonially, like there was all like ritual, like a bris, like it looked like to me like
right.
that. But after that, the only thing he could do in Earth world was he was a janitor. He had no other usable skills.
Part one. Okay. All right. Thanks, Joe. So yeah. So like this cogenitor in Trek was on the Enterprise series. I wish I could remember which episode it was. I think it might have been called cogenitor. Um, they were treated like animals. They weren't allowed to read. They didn't eat at the table with the family, and they had run into the Enterprise, so they were all like hanging out together, and Trip decides he's going to take it upon himself to take this cogenitor under his wing and teach her all kinds of stuff about life, about reality, about um, everything she was being denied with her species. And he kept telling them, just tell your people, what you've learned, and they're going to respect it, and they're going to be able to live a normal life like you deserve, you know. And you're muted, Joe. You're muted.
And that's the reason why I find I get I get the principle. I understand the motivation for the principle of the Prime Directive, but in practice, I think it's
Well, that's why, like in Enterprise, there was no Prime Directive.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
he could do that because there was no Prime Directive, and I think he did the right thing. The fact that it had a bad outcome is irrelevant. Not irrelevant, but he did
Right.
the right thing.
Right. Well, I don't know. It's kind of a touchy thing, though, because I mean, what they had, that was the norm in their culture.
Yeah, but again, but a lot of oppression is normalized in a lot of societies, and so that's why. And the other thing problem too, like I said, is like, well, they're natural development. But here's the thing, though: no culture develops in a vacuum. None.
Right.
So the idea that shouldn't be outside influence, there's always outside influences,
Sure.
and that is actually part of the natural development.
Yes.
Now, does that mean that sometimes people are going to react badly to finding out that they're not the only ones in the universe, and there's other people out there that may be more powerful, or at least more technologically advanced than them? Well, it's definitely going to have an impact, sure. But
That was there was that again. It was Enterprise, and before the Prime Directive, because it was Enterprise, there was the episode where they did come across that planet with the two different dominant species, and the dominant of the dominant species was dying off from a disease, and that the inferior of the two dominant species was eventually going to be the dominant species that was eventually going to take over, and Enterprise was asked to create a cure so that didn't happen. And they did, but refused to give it to them because they wanted the planet to take its natural course.
But I mean, which again is ridiculous. Otherwise, you'd say, well, then don't fly around in starships and don't use high tech medicine, and among yourselves because you're interfering with nature. I mean, I always thought that idea was ridiculous. Now I get that there's a certain point, like, okay, it's probably not healthy if they're like a Stone Age culture and you show up in spaceships. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea. But on the other hand, the idea that you had to have warp technology, that was the dividing line. Well, it's arbitrary. I mean, it's always going to be somewhat arbitrary, but the idea that, it's like, but look, if a nation is, if a planet is advanced enough to have space flight, or even if it's just orbital, even if it's just to me, hey, they're headed in the right direction. So, why not trade with them? I mean, yeah, and that doesn't mean you're going to give them your latest and greatest. You might be cautious about what you give to them. But the idea, particularly when it comes to medical help, it's like, well, then that because if you apply the same thing to Earth, well, it means we should never give medical care to people who live in the wilds.
Right.
If they use that as the dividing line, this warp drive, that means that they've already come across nuclear weapons, and they've not blown themselves up.
Right.
There's a chance that those nuclear civilizations might have been a good, addition to the Federation for whatever knowledge they could contribute after being assimilated, for a better, for lack of a better word, or board word, but just added to the Federation. They could add something to it.
Well, here's the thing, though. The thing about they've made it and they didn't blow themselves up. Actually, though, if you look at the story of the Federation and Earth, we did blow ourselves up. We just didn't go extinct. But there was a catastrophic war.
Right, but that was
multiples. Actually, you had the eugenics war, and then you had the other war.
But that was before warp drive.
Right.
So, and that's kind of the point of warp drive. When a civilization gets to the point where they create, the ability to travel at warp speed, they've already gone through all of this stuff that would make them unfit to be members of the interplanetary community.
But see, what we remember, though, from First Contact, humanity, it's not like humanity had become some...
Yeah, no, it was Cochrane was just
trying to make money. It wasn't noble. It wasn't, so that's belied by the Federation's own history. That is bullshit.
Well, I mean, it was the Vulcans who had the rule about First Contact being at warp. It was just that the Federation adopted it.
Fair.
Because, that sounds right. That just sounds like what the Vulcans would do.
This reminds me. This is something I disagree with. Well, I agree with that, but I want something I disagree with Steve about, like something because he does not like the new Picard season. I like it a lot, and especially the last couple episodes I liked a very lot. So there was a part, and again, since he's not the canon guy, so I was surprised that he didn't like this because it's like, well, you're the one who doesn't care about canon, so. But the whole idea that like somebody brought up, and it may not have been him, but it was in his hangout in any case. But it was about like the fact that the Romulans are are actually on Earth. No, sorry, not the Romulans. The Vulcans are actually on Earth already. Actually, I'm sorry. I gotta apologize, Steve. That's actually my friend Pete that got upset about it. Never mind. Right, Steve.
I have questions about Picard, though. Why is his memory of his childhood like in the 1950s? Like, why is it so long ago? I mean, they're talking about World War II, and they're showing him running around in the caverns under the.
Well, no. Well, the thing is, that stuff was built during World War II. It's not. It's still way in the future.
It was shuttered during World War II when the Nazis took it over.
Right. It's been shuttered for centuries. So it was shuttered for centuries.
For centuries. Okay, and then also the other thing is, where's his brother?
Yeah, Renee.
Yeah, brother named Robert.
Right. Yeah.
Robert. Where is he? There's no mention of him. They don't show him. There's no mention of him.
Well, especially since Robert is older than him too.
And then the mother commits suicide.
Right. So Robert is older than him too.
Yeah, and he's not even mentioned. Like he never existed.
The only thing I wonder is I'm trying to remember if there was anything anywhere that Robert was in, like school, like military school or somewhere away, like where he wasn't living in the home. But I don't remember.
Yeah, as far as I know, there was nothing like that ever said. I mean, there may have been in all the million years of Trek, but it's like it just seems odd that he's not there and there's no mention of him. It's like, hey, Jean-Luc, you forgot you have a brother? I mean, what's all that about?
Yeah, that's a plot hole, to be sure. Because at least explain it, right? If it should be, mentioned at some point.
Then he had said about his mother after she had killed herself that he said that he had seen her afterwards, where she wanted him to have tea, and that reminded me of the Next Generation when everybody on the ship was hallucinating, and he saw his grandmother asking him to sit down for tea,
Mm.
and he was telling her, "No, I can't now." And I thought, "Well, that's odd." And maybe they're fucking up here, and it wasn't the mother; it was the grandmother who's supposed to. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I don't know. A lot of this stuff is like you said, plot holes, and maybe worth kind of like just asking the question, but in the grand scheme of things, don't really matter.
Right. Yeah, it was my friend Pete that I was because he was like he wasn't really keen on it. But I'm like, well, but see, actually, to me, it made sense that the Vulcans might have been here before first contact, which is watch keeping an eye on us, because we know, for instance, in from Enterprise that they were watching the blue
Sputnik.
dude. What's that?
They were watching Sputnik.
Right. Oh yeah. Okay. There you go.
They were in
So
Carbon Creek, Pennsylvania. They got shipwrecked, and they spent the rest of the one spent the rest of his life in Pennsylvania at Carbon Creek.
hmm.
The other two left. It was to Paul's grandmother.
Yeah, so they kind of is in a way one character they kind of alluded that he might have been that it might have been part of that whole event. So I'm like, yeah, so it's already been so it actually is canon, and it makes sense. And plus, because to me, it makes more sense that the Romulan, I keep saying the Vulcans would have had some presence here because what are the odds that Cochrane activates his warp ship and the Vulcans just happen to be in the neighborhood in this big, we're in this big giant galaxy. We're 2/3 of the way out toward the rim. There's nothing special about where we are at all, except to us because we're here.
Right.
And so in this big, vast galaxy that the Vulcans would just happen to be passing through, it makes a lot more sense.
The official story is that exactly. The official story is that they just happened to be passing by,
Right.
and they caught the warp trail of Cochrane's ship.
But
But what we already know is that Vulcans had already been on Earth 100 years before,
right.
because
Right.
they were in Pennsylvania.
That's right. So they were watching us, and they're like, "Oh, they've got work now. All right, send the ship over. We can talk to them now."
Right, now it's time.
That makes a lot more sense, especially since the fact you think about it, Cochrane does his ship, and they land like a couple hours later, which means they had to be really fucking close.
Right.
So they basically had to be in our star system already to know about it. Because the thing about it, that Vulcan ship that changes direction is moving at sublight.
Yeah.
If it was just passing through, it wouldn't be at sublight speed. This was trolling our solar system. It was here on purpose.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, I'm glad I was able to make it before the end, and
Yeah. It's 1:30 here. Now Michael knows. So is it May there yet?
No, it's gonna be May.
It's gotta be May.
27 minutes.
so you're gonna call me. So Mike, you're gonna call me Future Boy?
Yeah.
Future Boy and Future Girl, like we're two superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have we don't have funny costumes. We don't have leotards because apparently that's what every superhero is in leotards, right?
And a cape.
And a cape. Yeah, I can't forget that.
With a cool superpower that we have to name ourselves after.
That's right. That's right. Which is so funny because it's like, well, what's Hawkeye's superpower? He's just a dude that's really good with bow and arrow.
It's one of the things I like about Hawkeye. I do. I like that character. He's just a dude.
Yeah,
he's just
a dude. He's got high situational awareness, good eyesight, and he's really fucking good with the bow. That's it.
Yeah. His hearing is shot though.
Hmm.
But yeah. Okay, the city's flying. The city's flying.
We're flying.
Fighting robots with a bow and arrow.
None of this makes sense.
None of this makes sense.
But you walk out there, you're
You're an Avenger.
you're an Avenger, and you shoot, you fight to kill.
That was some of the best lines in the MCU came out of Age of Ultron. So it really did, and that was one of them. Another one was when Vision was talking to Ultron and talked about how humanity isn't perfect, and a thing doesn't have to be perfect to be beautiful. And
Right.
I was just like, that's actually really deep. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And that's some good shit for a superhero movie.
And that and the couple times when they're like, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, that was actually pretty funny.
Hmm.
Until he got killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even there, he makes a joke out of it. You know. Like,
Yeah, he's like, I didn't see that coming.
Bam. But yeah, I mean that's the thing. That movie is a lot better than people give credit for. Because
Well, I mean, it had some of the best lines in the franchise, but it was a weak movie though.
I don't think it's as weak as people think. But here's the other thing about it. The other thing that movie did for me, anyway.
Night Before Kingdom.
Prior to that movie, I despised James Spader and everything he had ever done.
That part.
Everything he had ever done.
Wow.
And he was really fucking good as Ultron.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I don't hate him anymore. Because I literally because he always, especially in the 80s, he was like, he always had this smarmy look on his face, and he always just wanted to fucking punch him in the fucking mouth.
He always played that kind of character too, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's like one movie that it had a whole panoply of people I hated, and everything went badly for them. So I love the movie because bad things happen to people, to actors, to characters of actors I didn't like. The movie Less Than Zero. It's got Andrew McCarthy, fucking despised him. It's got James Spader, despised him. Eric Stoltz, despised him. Robert Downey Jr. At the time, despised him. I love Robert Downey Jr. now. Back then, I fucking despised him. And
I always loved Robert Downey Jr. He's cute. I don't know. It's a girl thing. I don't know.
Well, the thing was, I think that problem I had with him is that he kept getting himself in trouble. He basically just, he kept having, more and more chances. And like, dude, you're just a fuck up. Stop. There's no reason for you to be a fuck up like this.
Right. Well, when he finally had his whole fall from grace, that final one, I thought it was done. So that's it. He's done. He's gone. And then just to come back in the way that he did and is just absolutely fucking amazing. Like,
you think Tropic Thunder was the beginning of his rebuilding.
Yeah. The MCU, him actually ended up being not just Iron Man, but like a creative force within the universe. Was just, that was like, it was like a masterpiece. It was like, this was what he had worked all of his life toward.
Well, and especially, and as far as you think about what the character of Tony Stark represents, he's this, rich playboy he's got substance abuse problems, and he's a fuck
it's a character that Robert Downey Jr. has played not only in real life, but in almost every single movie that he's in. So it was like, this was material that he knows inside and out.
Right. It's like his own life.
And so, yeah, there was like no real surprise that he pulled it off as well as he did.
Right.
It was like nobody else could have done.
Yeah.
Nobody else could have done that.
And you think of it, if that first Iron Man movie didn't go over as well as it did, I don't think the MCU happens. Certainly doesn't happen the way it ended up unfolding. It never would have got the heights that it became.
What is this? Somebody sent me something about creating a Leviathan lobster god. What am I reading? Oh, they have a lobster religion they created and there's people following it. Okay. Well, that's fun. Okay, cool.
I
What
just,
happens when they walk into a Red Lobster, though?
I just eat them.
I don't know. I don't. Hey, man, everybody's entitled to some fun. I don't know.
That's why, as much as I think pigs are cool, could never have a pet pig because that means no more bacon, no more pork chops. Because I couldn't if I had a pet pig, I couldn't fucking have a pork chop.
So yeah, no, Iron Man. Nobody else could have done that role. That was it's like hand meat glove.
Yeah, and I think that in the same vein, Chris Evans is Captain America.
Yeah, I mean he played a superhero in the MCU before and was not so good.
No,
He was the Torch.
yeah, Human Torch.
And not so good.
No.
But yeah, no, he they gave him that shield and it was just like, damn, he is Captain America.
Yeah.
Joe, Trey Parker and Matt Stone had a few shorts on different shows that they placed on some of the DVDs for South Park. Just as like bonus extras. And in one of them, there was the short called "Bacon Bacon with Macon." Macon, like Macon, Georgia, was the name of the pig. And they made bacon and then they fed the pig the bacon
Oh God.
in a little dog food bowl.
Fun.
I mean, this is how. I mean, doing that kind of thing is where mad cow disease came from.
Yeah.
It was a thinker though. Like, why would they feed a pig a pork
Bacon.
product?
It's bizarre. Well, because they're being that's their thing is to be off the wall and weird and assholes on occasion.
So okay.
What's not illegal so far? It maybe should be.
Is that kind of cruelty? So okay, like I actually stole this from a comedian from years ago, and it might not be all that funny, but I thought it was funny at the time. And talk about like being cruel to animals like that, and I like to torture plants. Like I like to turn the heat up really high in the whole house, and then stand next to a fern with a glass of water. Thirsty? Or I like having my plants in the kitchen, so when I make dinner, I'm chopping up lettuce, and I can be like, "Friend of yours?"
That is funny.
Yeah, torturing my plants.
Well, are you familiar with the Tool song "Disgustipated"?
No.
It's a song about he's sounds like a preacher, and he's doing this whole rant about have the carrots being ripped from Mother Earth and and
I've heard of that. Yeah.
So it's
I think you guys were talking about it on the dinner club one day. I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's like I was talking to a friend yesterday. We had lunch, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it's unlikely that I'd ever be a vegetarian, but there's zero chance that I'll ever be a vegan. Like, to me, I don't even like milk, but for cooking purposes, milk, eggs, and their derivatives, I can't cook without that shit. Sorry.
Wait.
Was that? Well, Mike?
You can't use oat milk?
No, it's disgusting.
There's not a whole lot that I use eggs in cooking wise. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot I use milk in either, actually.
Well, the thing is, you can't make a custard without milk and egg. Well, you can't make a good custard without milk.
I don't make custard. So
Oh, see, custard. See, that's the thing. When you see, for me, like, when you're diabetic and you're supposed to be avoiding carbs, if you make a custard and then use, I have this blend. It's like 25% real sugar and 75% stevia.
yeah,
So the per serving amount of carbs is very low. It's like 5 or 6, well manageable. But then I can actually have a dessert that actually tastes good, um, and won't drive my blood sugar to, like, dangerous levels.
right. So
So
I thought about doing things like using instead of eggs, using banana. Um, you see those kinds of things all the time, like on Facebook or in magazines, and they're just like, hey, you want to like, get away from animal products and blah 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 blah. Next time you make a cake, instead of eggs, use banana.
you can use banana, you can use avocado, but well, I don't like avocado. Um,
I
and-
just I haven't done it yet. It sounds neat, and I keep saying one day I'm going to do that, and I don't.
well, again, see, for me, I mean, again, bananas are high in carbs and sugar, so that's not really a better option for me.
For you, yeah,
So that's the thing. Like, I've run into some vegans that they seem to think that you can vegan your way out of diabetes, and well, maybe if I lost a metric fuck ton of weight, but that's gonna be
live on lettuce.
I'd be to eat the way they think I should. I'd be long dead from insulin shock, because and I do not feel any moral obligation to the animal kingdom. I think it's bizarre that people think that we're somehow apart from it. Like
Yeah,
I don't think that we can eat meat because we're superior. Just the opposite. I think the idea that we alone are excluded from eating meat somehow makes us lesser than other omnivores and carnivores. And why is that?
I agree. I think the moral argument against eating meat, I think, is kind of weak. The moral argument for against eating meat from factory farms is a much stronger argument.
Yeah,
That is actually the strongest argument I can think of.
right.
But as far as eating meat or animal products at all, I just think it's pretty weak.
Well, my favorite one now this doesn't apply to all vegans, so may be clear, but there are some vegans who will not eat honey
Yeah,
because, oh, you're taking from the bees. Here's the problem with that. Again, if that's what you want to do that. But again, I think people should be consistent. Do whatever you want, but you should be consistent. Well,
right.
if you object to honey because it's exploiting the bees, then that means you shouldn't eat almost any fruit, about 1/3 of the vegetables, because they are pollinated by bees, and those bees are used, and the honey from those bees are taken, and so that it's part of a symbiotic thing. Apiaries provide bees to farmers to pollinate their fields, and then they you extract the honey and make money.
I have literally heard people talk about that the labor used by the bee to create the honey, and you're taking advantage of that labor. And it's like, but they pollinate.
Right.
That's isn't that work? Isn't that labor by the bee?
It's the same labor. So if it's the same labor, so then don't eat oranges and apples and pears and limes and lemons and pretty much every fruit on deciduous plants that you can find. Um, and a good portion of I think it's roughly about 1/3 of vegetables. Don't eat them then. Okay, fine. You don't if you then you're consistent. Otherwise, you're very selective, and then you want to feel morally superior about where you've drawn your arbitrary line.
Yeah. Now, you want to say that eating animal products from factory farms is immoral? Yeah, it is. It is.
Well, it's immoral if you can afford the alternative.
Um, I just think that the factory farms themselves are immoral. So doing anything that supports them, I think, qualifies.
Um,
But yeah, I mean, I can't afford to buy my chicken somewhere that is I can know for a fact that it's not factory farmed. I can't afford that.
Well,
So I eat what
what you get.
it
Well,
is what it is.
here's the other thing too. I want one modification. What you said. Factory farm is in and of itself is not inherently immoral. The way that it is often practiced, and the fact that we do not regulate the cruelty, and there's a lot of practices that are done today by factory farming, are those.
I don't think it's possible to factory farm without the cruelty. I think it's inherent to the process.
I disagree. But the thing is, it's just not as profitable. So that's why it doesn't
Well,
happen.
that's the thing is, I mean, if you remove all of those things that are problematic about it, it's no longer a factory farm, though.
Um, I think again, I think because
Because
what
it's
makes it
kind of like it's basically called factory farm because of the speed in which they're able to dispatch the animals, and it's done in like an assembly line kind of a thing.
right. But
Uh,
see, but here's the thing: is some of the practice. I remember John Oliver did a big piece about this. There are practices today in factory farming that the farmers themselves don't actually want to do, but they're forced for reasons beyond comprehension. So, like for instance, we all know, like to say chickens. Even if they're not in cages, even if they're in a big, like usually a lot of times they're in a kind of a big corrugated warehouse, basically.
right.
So, but there's so many of them in that corrugated warehouse that they're basically still on top of each other. They're still passing, bacteria and viruses between one another. Obviously, and then they can't move and all that. That's bad. The thing is, a lot of the farmers are like, I got a lot of fucking land. I could double the size of this warehouse with the same number of chickens, and because I'm still, and so I would still produce the same amount that I do now, and the chickens wouldn't be so badly treated. But for some reason, Purdue and Butterball and all those, for some reason, seem to think that no, you have to do it this way. And it's one thing, I guess, if it was their own facilities, that's their facilities. But to people that they are contracted with, and so it's like, I'm a farmer, and then Purdue tells me how much space that my fucking chicken warehouse has to take up. Well, that should be on me, not up to fucking
Right.
Purdue.
Agreed.
But see, the
Which
thing is,
in New Jersey, they did they pass that law about the pigs where they had to have more space because pigs
I
were
think
kept
so.
in a cage
I think
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, where they
Yeah.
couldn't even turn around.
Right.
So they had room to lie down and stand up, and that's it. And that's how they spent their lives
Right.
um, until they were, sent to slaughter.
Right.
Yeah, that's immoral.
Right. Now that's the practice though. That practice is not essential. Like you could factory farm, you could do large scale farming and not have that horrible practice. It's possible to do that. It just doesn't happen very often. Because again, because keeping as much small of a plot of land as possible and having as many animals as you can possibly on that plot of land, is more profitable. Basically, it's more
Right.
efficacious, but it's also cruel.
Right, it's cruel. And that's the thing is, it doesn't make it any less profitable though to have a larger area for the same number of animals because the land is already there. Like it's
Right.
already the farmer's land.
Right. Well, right. Exactly. In that case, yeah, it doesn't. So, well, I think part of the problem is I think some of these concerns, like Purdue and all that, they set up these standards, and maybe they apply to their own places because again, okay, I'm buying land, so I want the land to be as small. I want to get as many chickens per
Right.
unit volume of land as possible. But then they're basically making their outside contractors do the same thing, and that makes no sense.
So on Hulu, a number of when I first got Hulu, when it was first something that I could get, um, Devin had told me that there was a show that I needed to watch. It was 1963, I think it was the name of it. And it's one of those time travel type shows. So there is like this secret doorway that goes back to 1963.
Hmm.
And this guy owns this diner and it's right on top of the doorway. And he sells burgers in modern day for like 5 cents.
Hmm.
And he's able to do that because he goes back in time and gets the meat from 1963. and he's got the best tasting burgers in town. And so another guy, I don't know why I can't remember his name. He's a
It's not
famous.
important.
He played the guy from The Room, and he played Oz in Return to Oz.
I didn't see that, so I don't know.
What is that guy's name? You know The Room?
No.
Okay. So anyway, so he finds out about the doorway, and the guy at the diner tells him, you know, that the food tastes different back then,
Hmm.
and it's like, yeah, because they didn't have factory farms the way they do now.
Well, and also,
Mm.
they purposely bred certain animals to have less flavor because it was milder, and it was always because some people didn't like certain types of meat because the taste was very strong. So, like for instance, when I've been to England, I have a hard time eating English beef. Like I can eat like ground beef and stuff like that, but I've tried steak in the UK, and I can't eat it because it's so strong tasting. I find it objectionable
Wow.
because I'm so used to being fed, fairly, lightly flavored beef. And in fact, we've been buying meat from this company called Crowd Cow, where they basically it's almost like crowdfunding the purchase of a cow. So what cuts are available changes depending on who's buying what
Right.
and what's available. So because they like to they're trying to cut down the waste, and they're all like free range animals and the whole deal. So it's more expensive, but I can afford it. So, but so I started getting kind of like we were having Wagyu steak a lot, and I was kind of getting this is very rich, and I was kind of like losing my taste for it. So instead, I ordered a bunch of grass fed beef. And I figured, oh well, I'll like that, Oh God, I don't like it at all. Because again, it's very strong taste. It has a I have a very sensitive taste buds, and it tastes so grassy to me. I just can't tolerate it because I'm not used to it. If I grew up on it, I'd probably think it was fine.
Raven, I'm hatching a plan.
What happened?
I'm hatching a plan. This is what we need.
Okay.
We need a calf named Larry, right? And we need a chicken named Mo. We need a pig named Curly, and then we're going to get a sheep named Shemp. Shemp the sheep, right? All four of the Three Stooges we're going to name these animals after, right? And so it's going to be like really apparent that these animals have names. And then we're going to give them to Joe for his birthday and save his life and make him a vegan.
James Franco.
James Franco.
I couldn't remember his name. I can't believe I could not remember.
That's
his
what
name.
we'll name the fish that we give him.
James Franco. James Franco was the guy from the 1963 show.
Okay.
And what ends up happening is, I'm sorry, Michael. What ends up happening is he starts going back in time to 1963, and he's determined to save Kennedy. And every time he tries, he fails.
Hmm.
And he does eventually succeed. But what ends up happening is when he comes back to the present time, the world has basically been destroyed by nuclear war. So, sorry.
Because
I think I'm curious of.
Kennedy and the whole Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah.
So here's a here's a question I have for. Well, none of you are vegan, so it's not a question you can actually answer, but it's something that I'm always curious to ask vegans. What do you do? Do you exterminate pests, roaches, mice, rats that get into your house?
Some don't.
Because that's actually dangerous with like mice and rats. Because
Well, what they do is, I mean, they use have a heart traps.
Live
You know.
catch traps.
Yeah. Where they catch them and release them.
There's a flip and slide trap that I recently got that works very well, and it's just a plank that they walk on and fall in.
Mm.
But you use a regular bucket that you get from Home Depot, And if you want to kill the mice, you fill it up with water. If you want it to be a live trap, you just don't. And
Right.
you just have
So
live mice and you
I've
get them away from the house.
seen bucket trap with a rod that goes through it,
Mm-hmm.
like a dowel. And then there is something placed in the middle. And when the mice go out to the middle of the dowel spins and they fall into the bucket.
Yeah, they're not good enough at keeping their own balance, and they'll make it.
So it's a very effective trap.
So the flip and slide that I got, it just depends on how long you want to leave it out there, but it'll catch multiple mice in the same night.
Hmm.
Uh, if you're to believe the video that this mousetrap guy on YouTube, like the leading YouTube expert in mousetraps, he set one in a chicken coop and caught like 50 mice in one night.
Holy shit!
And so,
See, the thing is, I mean, the thing problem with the catch and release. I mean, that sounds really nice and yay, but if I get a bunch of mice and I put them out in my backyard, I'm just gonna have mice back in my house in like a day.
you're supposed to take them farther away. But
yeah, that's the thing, is you're supposed to take them farther away.
the mousetrap guy, he has a set number of mice that I guess he named, and he tests mousetraps with his pet mice. But then when he goes out and catches mice, sometimes he fills it with water or something. With this particular trap, he took the bucket full of dead mice and he just dumped it out in a field, and he set up one of those motion detector cameras for wildlife. And these raccoons came along and ate every single one of them. And when I saw the raccoons would still eat the dead mice, I was like, "Whoa, it's kill traps from here on out." Because of that Tool song, life feeds on life feeds on life. As long as you find a good thing to do with the dead mouse bodies, I'm all for killing them. If raccoons will eat every single one of them like a feast.
Right.
Yeah, because the problem for me, I live in suburbia. Like where Raven is, you could drive a few minutes and dump them in a field.
Mhm.
If I dump them, they're just gonna go. If they don't go to my house, they go to my neighbor's house, and I'm not driving a half hour out to the woods to drop fucking mice off.
So with the flip and slide, because you're going to catch so many in one night, right? You might even catch all the mice in your house in one night. What you do is you only set it out the night that you're prepared to deal with the problem in the morning.
Mm.
And the next morning, say it's your Saturday, right? You get on Craigslist and you say, I have a bucket full of feeder mice. Who has a snake?
There you go.
Mm.
There's a whole bunch of exotic pet owners in the city that want free mice. They would otherwise have to spend a couple bucks for each one.
Mm.
Take a picture of the inside of that bucket and you say, free mice. Feed your snakes.
Mm.
All right,
That's
folks.
cool.
And what that does is it keeps people from offering up puppies and kittens on Craigslist to be used as feeders for snakes, because there's the
And it also means that fewer have to be bred for that purpose.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it made there?
It's been made for 3 minutes.
Welcome to the future. The future is now.
Okay.
So, alrighty. Well, now that you're here with us, it's time to go, I think. I'm tired.
Mm.
It's a good 5-hour broadcast when I wasn't planning on broadcasting at all. I mean, I don't know. I did not know that Paul was not going to be on. I was, I did all this, and I was just like, no dinner club. Well, that's not going to work for me. I did all this.
Yeah.
So here we are. I'm tired.
Wherever we were, there we went.
There we went. Wherever we there we went. Alrighty, guys. Have a delightful evening.
All right, take care,
Right,
Raven. Mike.
Bye. Nice talk, by the way, Mike. Thank you.
No problem.
Bye.
He went gone.
Let
He went gone.
me let her know. Hey, you're she. That's something I did a million times.
Yeah. I mean, we're still live.
I know.
We're live on